Haha. Truth Seeker says, dang, I was hoping this is a real live. Well, it is a real live. We're real live in here, so. Yeah, my man, just getting started with the live, man. Ready for these fights or what? Says, oh yeah, you are here. Yup. Yeah, man, how's everyone doing? We got Carlos Ulberg versus Reyes tonight. Man, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. This card right here, it does not deserve to be a free event, right? Like in terms of like a TV event, but it is. The entire card, with the exception, I mean, look, there is no exception of which fight is hot in here, right? I mean, every single one of these fights could go either way. Look, and there's also a lot at stake. I think this is what makes this fight really interesting, right? Obviously, if Carlos Ulberg was to win this one, he gets a shot at the title. And on top of that, that just creates a new star for Izzy's city kickboxing team. If Reyes wins, man, I tell you what, that's great for him, considering the fact that he's been on a tear lately. But prior to that, he was on a losing streak. So what better way to cap it off with him getting a title shot, right? As this redemption story that we are all looking for. A Seeker says, my buddy fights a college wrestler in a couple of weeks. I was just watching Volk versus Islam 1 to see if I could learn anything that would help him. Okay. So your buddy is fighting a wrestler in a couple of weeks. Well, I guess to kind of give full context of that, what style does your homie, sort of use? Like, what is his go-to move? Is he a striker? I mean, obviously, right? I would think that he's a striker if you're mentioning that he's fighting a wrestler, but that could also mean that he's fighting a jiu-jitsu guy. But if he is fighting a kickboxing guy, yeah, that would make it a very interesting matchup. But then also you have to take into considerable variations of what kind of wrestling and also what kind of other skills he has on top of his wrestling. But good luck on your friend on that one, man. Let me know his name so I can look him up and maybe cover the fight as well. That would be that would be awesome. To cover his fights, right? Sort of give a feature on the upcoming guys that are in the regionals right now. So I've had a few regional guys come in here before. One of Kamzat's training partners, who was, I believe, fighting for a belt in Sweden, right? A 145 belt in Sweden, and that was on the same day as Billy Cora and Charles. So Nate Davies is his name. Okay, got it. He says, my buddy is a really good striker and the jits guy. Okay, so sort of the typical mixed martial arts template style of some sort, right? Usually jits and striking, which sort of involves Muay Thai and boxing. And then it kind of depends on the guy if he's more of a boxer or more of a Muay Thai fighter. Now, brings in Anderson Silva to this conversation, right? When Anderson Silva fought, people said that he was a striker, right? Or actually, they said that he was a Muay Thai fighter, and he kind of showed it early on in his UFC career when he took on Rich Franklin. What happened? Clinched him up, put knees on him, Muay Thai plum, but then later on in his career, you started seeing boxing skills, right? The way that he sort of, did the slick duck and dodge with, what's his name? Forrest Griffin. Same thing with Stephan Bonner, the late Stephan Bonner. So October 11th, you said, is his fight. Okay, so October 11th, I believe, is that on the same day as, no, it's not. That's next week, because next week is UFC 320. So October 11th, no, that's not UFC 321, because UFC 321 is October 25th, right? So yeah, the Forrest Griffin was a crazy KO. Forrest just ran out the cage afterwards. Yeah, he definitely did, man. Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. I remember seeing that fight too. Yeah, that was a real good one. But yeah, man, the first fights started yet. Let me put on the fights right here. By the way, everyone that is out right now, I got a new video out right now that I had just released. It is Canelo being exploited by Turki El-Sheikh. Now, why do I say that? Well, look, a couple of things, right? Obviously, there is no exploitation in the level of pay that he's going to get at this. I mean, we're talking about 400 mil in a span of 3 fights, right? So that's great for his bottom dollar. I mean, obviously, Canelo has already been up there for a long time, but now it is his legacy that you got to worry about if you're a Canelo fan. Because right now, Turki El-Sheikh is talking about putting him in there with the likes of Arthur Beterbiev after the fact. And then don't be surprised if he throws in David Benavidez. By the way, surprisingly enough, I did not mention David Benavidez in that, which I should have, but I don't know. Maybe because I think that Canelo has no desire whatsoever in fighting him. And so I just probably forgot to mention that, or just probably didn't think that the fight is going to happen. But nonetheless, I do have a video where I do talk about David Benavidez and Canelo, the psychological side of that fight game and how they're going to go about it. So, all right, we're just waiting on the first fight of the evening right now. I'll tell you what else I forgot today. James DeGale is fighting bare knuckle today, right? Oh, man, I'm probably not going to be able to see that, but I'll probably watch it later, right after the UFC, or maybe during the UFC or so. Speaking of which, let me see if that video is up right now. Oh, you know what? It is up right now. I will play that video right now as a bit of an intro. You guys go check it out as well, while I also play it right here on this live stream. He says, I think the BKFC fight with Stevens and Perry is October 11th. Yes. Okay. So that is what's going on in October 11th. Okay. So your boy is fighting on that same day. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. Okay, and Frankie Edgar is fighting in that one too. Okay, so I believe that is going to be the what card is that going to be? That's going to be the New Jersey BKFC card. It says, I'm nervous for Frankie. I don't see him I don't want to see him get flatlined again. You know what? A different matchup. I know Jimmy Rivera, I think, has one experience over Frankie Edgar, or is this both of their BKFC debuts? Let me know on the comment section below. In the meantime, here's a premiere of my new video right here.
The 60 and the 70, living and seeing in the time of Muhammad Ali. You have a 3-4 legend in the same time. I don't like to. We want to say about something. Different place if we have black heavyweight champion. Of all of us from the 60 and the 70, living and seeing in the time of Muhammad Ali. You have a 3-4 legend in the same time. I don't like to talk about religion or colors, but if we want to say about something, I think the boxing will be in different place if we have black heavyweight champion of all of us.
It's very obvious Turkey is biased for black and Muslim fighters. Now, the question is it ethical or is he violating any laws and regulations that deal with boxing commissions? Well, the answer is simply no, and that may shock you. But here's some of the reasons why he's not violating any particular laws or regulations here. So, in contrast, Turkey is not like Dana White, who, by the way, has officially 857 fighters in the UFC roster, in which Dana has to remain neutral. Well, unless, of course, Dana White has to side with Conor McGregor in a boxing match against Floyd, in which that is not promotional malpractice in any kind of way.
Get the show started! The reigning, defending, 155-pound champion of the UFC, the notorious Conor McGregor!
Well, Turkey is also not Frank Warren, and a hypothetical fight between, let's say, Daniel Dubois versus Tyson Fury, in which both fighters are contracted to Queensberry Boxing Promotions. That's not who he is. That's not what he does.
There's a lot of jealousy in boxing, especially when an individual's making a lot of money. A lot of jealous fighters slagging someone off who did his best and the guts to get in there. There is no cowards in boxing. When you're in that ring fighting world heavyweight champions, there is no cowards. So all the credit deserves to Daniel. He worked his off from being 8-year-old. He won the world title and fought Usyk for the undisputed. Video went off and fought Usyk for the undisputed. And now he's sitting at home, multi-millionaire at 27. Do what he wants. Daniel, if you ever get to see this, chin up, son. Your dad's proud of you. Everybody's proud of you. You've come from a kid to a man to be the world heavyweight champion and box at Wembley in front of 100,000 people. You can't beat that kid. And if you ever want to do any training with a real straight man, come yourself to Morecambe anytime you want, kid. Because there's no jealousy here and there's no people putting others down who do the best. I call them dream crushers and jealous. Exactly, that's what you are. I love the dirty, jealous. Get up, Daniel Dubois. Get up, son.
Once again, can you imagine a fight between those two? Who would Frank Warren side with? Obviously, he has to keep a certain neutrality in that. But Turkey El-Sheikh, on the other hand, well, he doesn't have to do any of that. Well, all right, let's delve into the history of Turkey El-Sheikh. Now, fun fact about Turkey El-Sheikh, many people don't know that he graduated in a military academy in Saudi Arabia, which means he has some kind of military position in the government. That could mean intelligence, that could mean a whole wide range of things, right? But here's something interesting that a lot of people don't necessarily know about Turkey El-Sheikh, okay? It is this, okay? So Turkey is the head of sports and entertainment department in Saudi Arabia, and as such, doesn't show any favoritism, nor does he show lack of favoritism of either. Well, who exactly is Turkey El-Sheikh? The guy that everyone calls his excellency. But also, notice how nobody calls him by the royal title of Your Majesty. Now, why is that? Well, now, if you think about it, in a world where a lot of people complain about nepotism, one thing you can say about Turkey El-Sheikh, it seems that he earned his position, even though there's not really a lot of background in how he got to where he was at and what type of position he had previous in order to get him to the position where he's at right now. The one thing does remain, though, and the next thing that we're going to talk about is this a good signing for Canelo? And I'm going to tell you, probably not. Yes, in terms of monetary wise, but not good in terms of his legacy. And I'm going to explain and elaborate on this right now. So right now we're talking about maybe close to a $400 million deal, right? 3 fights. So I would say 150 for Crawford, the fight that he just had. And then the next fight he's going to go into, he's going to go in there against Arthur Beterbiev. Is this a good idea? I don't think it's a good idea. Let me explain why. In all honesty, okay, I honestly don't think Canelo can beat Arthur Beterbiev. He certainly could not beat Bivol. And guess what? It was Arthur Beterbiev that beat Bivol. However, Bivol also beat Arthur Beterbiev. Either way, these guys are very close to each other in a 50-50 matchup. So how do you think Canelo is going to do against him? Not very good. And furthermore, here's something that I need you guys to understand, right? It's great for his pay, but I got to be honest with you. It is not great for his legacy. He's going to go out just like BJ Penn with multiple losses out of his career. Now, is he going to care at that point? Maybe not, or maybe he will. That's up to him and his team to care regardless. I could tell you one thing that he's not going to care for is how he's going to go out considering the type of incentives that they're throwing his way. But still, one thing remains is that he is becoming an exploited boxer in a very expensive way. And that's really the best way to put it. Now, there is this term that we use in MMA called MMA math, right? I think boxing sort of fits in that same equation as well, where it goes. The fact that Bivol beat Canelo means that Canelo cannot beat Arthur Beterbiev, right? Well, guess what? His next matchup is going to be Arthur Beterbiev. Why? Because let's be honest about this, right? Going back to Turki El-Sheikh, you guys understand that Turki El-Sheikh has a biasness towards Muslim fighters. He also has a biasness towards black fighters. And for that reason alone, what I told you in the beginning of the video, well, I didn't tell you in the beginning of the video, I played you a video of him and Booker T talking about how there needs to be a black heavyweight champion, an American black heavyweight champion specifically. Now, why did he say that? He said that because during the times of the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, it was ruled by Muhammad Ali, Ken Norton, George Foreman, Frazier Ali, Mike Tyson, the list goes on, right? But that also extends to other weight classes, and that is where Terrence Crawford came in, where he was favored by Turki El-Sheikh over Canelo. So now you also got to understand about Turki El-Sheikh, right? Because more than anything, more than the fact that this is a Canelo video, this is also a Turki El-Sheikh video, and the reason for that is because he's a real boxing fan and he's the one that's financing all of these fights that are going on. So why is this significant? Him being a hardcore boxing fan, there's one thing that Turki El-Sheikh understands. What he understands is good fights and fights that should have justice behind them. And I'm talking about justice in a way where there's a lot of fights out there where there were a lot of unanimous decisions that should have been unanimous decisions, split decisions that were controversial. And guess what? Canelo was in the forefront center of many of these fights. So there's a part of Turki El-Sheikh that says, you know what? Let's see you go through a UFC boxing style gauntlet. What exactly do I mean by that? Well, look at the way that a lot of these legends lose in the world of UFC and MMA at the end of their career. What happens? Well, what happens is that they lose consecutively. Look at BJ Penn. Look at all the past fights with Tony Ferguson before he went into Misfits boxing. But that is how he ended his MMA career. And then he went into boxing, where you can live in a world where you can fight the likes of Salt Poppy and actually get a win. In this world of Turki El-Sheikh, and in this world of Turki El-Sheikh's boxing, he doesn't want to give you easy fights. So there's no more UK bums for Canelo at this point, which means that Turki El-Sheikh is absolutely orchestrating all of this. For what? To uplift black fighters and to uplift Muslim fighters, and in particular, Hamza Shiraz. Because guess what? When it's all said and done, and after Canelo gets beat by Arthur Beterbiev, because if that's the next fight, I'm going with Arthur Beterbiev on that one, and he's losing that one. And after that fight, guess who he's going to face after that? Hamza Shiraz. So that means that at the end of Canelo's career, 2 Muslim fighters are going to make a name out of him. That is, if Hamza Shiraz gets through him. And for sure, I know for sure that if his next fight is against Arthur Beterbiev, he's going to run through Canelo easily. Probably even worse than Crawford, if not a knockout. I wouldn't go that far, but maybe. But all right. On that note, that is all that I have for you on this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. MMA needs. If you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you.
All right, so back at it live right now. Here we are. So we got one fight down so far, and on to the prelims. All right, let's go on with this chat right here. Says the dude seems like a fake character. That is in reference to Turkey El-Sheikh. Juice says, Turkey, in the Arab military, we are in grave danger if there are monkey bars around. Well, I got to tell you, Fresh, I mean, let's be honest, right? Turkey is 44 years old. We don't know what he was like when he was younger, right? So there's that. And then also, to be honest with you, being in a military anywhere in the world, right? I think a lot of people have this perception that you're somehow Superman or some sort of like super athlete with insane invincibility or something like that. I think people that grew up in the 80s or just anyone that grew up in the action movie era at all, I think have this misconception of belief, right? Obviously, there's other things to do in a military other than just physical stuff. But yeah, live scam. Truth Seeker, are you Marty Miller? He says, yes, this is a scam live within a live. Well, all right, we are definitely on with the live right now. So, yes, on to the next fight. What is the next fight? Is this, I believe this is an Ultimate Fighter finale. Is it? Is this, no, wait, no, this is not an Ultimate Fighter finale. Or what is it that they're featuring right now? I believe they're featuring some sort of, what is this? Some sort of Dana White's Contender Series thing. So, all right. So the previous matchup, Lookboonme versus Thairna. Thairna won that one by unanimous decision. Now, look, so here's the thing with a lot of Thai fighters that sort of transition into mixed martial arts, right? The problem sometimes is the stance. Okay, now if you notice in Muay Thai, they sort of have this very pointy stance in their front lead leg, right? Which sort of opens you a lot for single legs, having your legs out there, being easy to be taken down. So I think, yeah, man, I think it's a little bit different when you're fighting in the UFC, right? It's or an MMA period, right? It's just a completely different sport than that of Muay Thai. Yeah, I think I think having to lower yourself in a wrestling stance might be a little bit unusual for somebody that was used to striking in a Muay Thai stance. So So okay, so the next fight I believe is Ellison. Alicia. That sounds like Alicia. That's a woman's name, but it's a dude. Alicia Ellison. Okay, taking on Brando Pericic. Okay, interesting. Elijah. Okay, so it's Elijah. I thought it's Elisa. Okay, Elijah. Got it. All right, so two heavyweight actions coming up right now. Okay, so Pericic versus Ellison. Wow, man. So all his fights are at round one. So this is one of those fights where you got to expect extreme fireworks, right? So just from the very beginning all the way to the end, it's going to have some fireworks for sure. From Adelaide. Fresh says, Kyrie, did you hear about Moicano making it big in Brazil YouTube community? He failed in English. Maybe you should start an Arabic speaking one as well. Okay. You know what, Fresh? I gotta tell you, that's interesting you said that, right? I always wondered about these other languages that deal with MMA content. Now I know there are German podcasts out there that deal with MMA. I know there's French podcasts out there that deal with MMA. Arabic, I didn't know much about it, but you know what? There is a huge community of Arabic content creators when it comes to MMA. So, yeah, man, it's definitely something to look into. And you know what? Look, here's the thing, right? I was already notified by YouTube that a lot of my videos are being auto dubbed right now into other languages. MMA Guru has one as well. I think a lot of people in the space have one as well. But yeah, you know, or maybe that's just the standard that they give you. But yeah. All right, so here we go. We got Brando Pericic taking on Elijah Ellison. I was going to call him Alicia, but okay, Elijah. It looks like it's spelled Alicia, but Moicano said there was a zero competition when it really, that's interesting. That's interesting that you said that, right? I would think that Portuguese would be big in MMA content, right? Like the Portuguese speaking side of YouTube, because obviously it's Brazil, right? Brazilians and MMA go hand in hand together. I know there's people out there that are in the soccer world that when they think of Brazilians, they think of soccer players, right? But obviously in our space, look, if you mention Brazil or you meet a Brazilian, right? How many of you have met Brazilians that are not fighters outside of this, right? What are some of the first things that you ask them? Hey, do you watch MMA? I guarantee you, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's just me, but I would imagine that's one of the things that I would do. I would ask a Brazilian, hey, are you into MMA? I know that when I was in car sales, right, I met a few Brazilians, and guess what our conversation was? It was about MMA, and okay. So, you're saying that, okay, maybe he was talking about 0 famous MMA streamers. Okay, there you go. There you go, Fresh. I think that's really what it is, right? Uh, okay, here we go. We got round 1 with Perrick and Ellison right now as we talk about this. Okay, so you say maybe he was talking about 0 famous MMA streamers. Yeah, so that sorry, my mic keeps getting muted here. All right, we got the mic on right now. All right. So non-English people like MMA Guru, like myself, or like Lucas Tracy MMA, or like MMA Joey, or any of these people, right? Well, I don't know. I don't know if I could, put myself in that list, because what I was going to preface is that most Brazilians are not going to listen to somebody who's never fought MMA, right? So I think that's really what it is, right? Like, whereas in the English speaking world, we kind of think that it's cute that you got somebody who's like MMA Guru that's never fought a day in his life that, can talk about MMA. But granted, and nothing taken away from him, is very knowledgeable about the sport. Now, with other cultures, they may not be accepting of that. And look, here's the thing, right? With the Arabic speaking MMA content that you're talking about, most of the guys that I've seen that are actually doing that, they've also had fight experience, right? They've actually been real fighters before. So it's like, all right, I think most cultures sort of look at a status quo, aspect to that, where, all right, you know what, if, oh, wow, oh, hold on now, wow. Perrick just knocked out Ellison right there. Oh, and I believe he is the training partner of Israel Adesanya, and Israel Adesanya is right there. Maybe he would, yeah, maybe he was. Moicano said there was no competition. Maybe he was talking about 0 famous MMA streamers. Yeah. So yeah, that's the thing, Fresh. I just think that that's what it is. It's a cultural thing, right? In the English speaking world, we're sort of accepting of people like that, whereas in those types of worlds, they may not be as accepting of listening to people like that. So very few people try to do something like that. So, but all right, man, shout out to Ellison for trying right there. But man, Eric was all over him on this one. Yeah, anything can absolutely happen in a heavyweight division. You can't blink for a second. Pericic. Okay, that's how you pronounce his name, Pericic. Yeah, brutal knockout too from the top. Also, Ellison, man, he had to travel literally 23 hours to be in this fight. So, yeah, man, look, I think that's something to say right there. You know what I mean? But yeah. Yeah, you know what? There's not a strong market for that, to be honest with you, Fresh, right? Not a strong market for that as well. John 12-6 Jones. Okay, very interesting screen name you got there. Thickness and Reyes for a living, my best, my life, underdog parlay. I read the script. Ah, okay, okay. So you got, okay, so that's your parlay. Got it. Okay, man, not something I would advise, right? You know what I mean? But you know, it is what it is. People are going to do what they're going to do. And, you know, all best to you, man. Look, I tell you what, man, I probably missed out on a lot of, you know, on a lot of bets that I could have probably made money on. But, you know, it's a matter of principle, right? You know, it's just not something that you do. And look, no names mentioned. You guys know, right? There's people out there that have placed a lot of bets. And next thing you know, they're winning and they're winning every event. And then there's that one event that just crashes them down. So, all right, man. Shout out to Brando Pericic for this one. If Reyes circles left the entire fight, he could win. Would you say that's his sweet spot? Juice, would you say that's where he does best, is when he sort of circles to the left? All right, let's see this finish right here. So there's an overhand right. He sort of slaps him a little bit with the lead hand, then goes with the overhand. And then after he hits him with that overhand, oh, and speaking of which, speaking of 12-6 elbow, how about this little elbow action right there from the top? And then obviously he knocks him down on that one and then gets the finish at the end. Truth Seeker says, I have to go with Reyes. Yeah, you know what? I'm going with Reyes too, Truth. And the reason for that, I know that it seems as if Carlos Ulberg seems to be a smart bet. But I don't know. I don't know if that is the case. I don't know if that's the case because the people that are saying Reyes is going to lose this one are the people that are only looking at what Reyes has done in the past couple of fights before he got that Dustin Jacoby win that led him into this winning streak right now, right? But people forget he's got great footwork when he wants to implement it. So hopefully if he implements it tonight, he can absolutely demolish and run circles around Carlos Ulberg. But then you also got to think, man, Carlos Ulberg has seen a style like that every day in the gym, and that is with Israel Adesanya, right? Israel Adesanya knows how to get on his bicycle as well. How about this? UFC BJJ 3. Musumeci versus Carasso. Okay, so interesting belts that they got for the BJJ. All right, man. What do you guys think about the press conference? It felt like a pay-per-view, to be honest with you. The press conference they had going on this week felt like a pay-per-view, and rightfully so. Look, Jimmy Crute and his opponent, that's a good fight as well. Carlos Ulberg and Reyes, there's a lot at stake going on in that fight, right? Carlos Ulberg could make his mark as a top contender, or you know, as a title challenger coming up next. Dominick Reyes has already been up there. Obviously, that famous 205 undisputed championship fight he had with John Jones, many people thought he'd won that fight. But then after that fight, he went on a losing streak, getting knocked out one after another. The next thing you know, he comes back and beats Dustin Jacoby, and he's on to this winning streak right now that he's on right now, potentially beating Carlos Ulberg tonight. So, and then puts him right back there in the mix, which sort of kind of redeems himself from that controversial decision that John Jones got. Because a lot of people really didn't think John Jones won that fight. And what did John Jones do as a result of it? He ran to the heavyweight division. Well, I don't want to say that in a negative way, because obviously, well, you know what, man? Some can argue that the heavyweight division is a lot easier than 205. Look at Vitor Petrino. You guys know who he is, right? This guy was a former 185er, was a 185 prospect in the UFC, just started out his UFC career. The next thing you know, he jumps from 185 all the way to heavyweight, right? Without even going through 205. Now, what was his thought process behind that? Obviously, the thought process was probably something along the lines that, hey, you know what? I could beat these guys up here. Probably far easier than I could beat the likes of these 185ers. Right? Because I tell you what, man, there's some heavyweights out there that would probably rather fight other heavyweights than fight Khamzat, and that shows you how stacked the 185 division can be. But yeah, Seeker, let me know what you think, why you're going with Reyes, right? I'm going with Reyes because I think that he has the championship experience. I think he's the veteran compared to Carlos Ulberg. Carlos Ulberg has also gotten his lights put out. Only one time, though, in his whole entire career, right? Prior to that, he was undefeated. But he's still susceptible to it. Could Reyes knock him out? Maybe. Maybe if he lures him into a counter shot, he could. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, man, very early stoppage on that one, which means we're going to have long commercials in between the fights. So welcome to UFC Australia. That is not a pay-per-view. UFC Australia, that is not a pay-per-view. Significant strikes. They both are right up there, almost 6 significant strikes per minute between them. Will they jump straight into the next fight right now? Truth Seeker says, I don't really have a great reason. I just think that he's finally gained his confidence back. Yes, that's a big thing. After the John Jones loss, yes, I also think him having the experience of arguably beating John Jones taught him a lot. Yes, I agree with that as well, right? I think that going through something like that, very few human beings can actually say that they've been in there with John Jones in that kind of capacity, right? So I think this is I think this is going to be really interesting, to say the least, right? An interesting fight for Carlos Ulberg. And what I mean by interesting is that I mean that it's going to be a lot tougher for him than he thinks. So, you know, he's definitely in for a long haul on this one. Yeah, I would have to agree that it definitely taught him a lot on that one. Fresh says, why is Ulberg and Reyes fat? I don't know, man. They don't seem that way to me. I don't know what, people are saying. I mean, he says now Reyes' perspective on that fight has changed. Yep. Fresh says, if you look at Islam, Ilya, Marab, etc., they never look like this. Well, brother, listen. Take a look at the names that you just mentioned, right? Islam, 155. Ilya, 135er. I'm sorry, Ilya, 145er, 155er. Marab, 135er. So, same with Jamal. Yeah, man, it's there's only so much you can get cut when you are at a certain weight, right? Especially above 200. So, that may explain it as well. All right, next fight coming up right now. Montague versus Carolina. Who do you guys have on this one right here? I'm going to go with Montague just based on the undefeated streak, right? I think that helps going into this fight. And again, you never know, right? 15-fight veteran. We'll see how this one goes. Truth Seeker says, but look at Tyson Fury. That's what I'm saying, right? Never mind Tyson Fury. Let's look at the the MMA version of that, Daniel Cormier. There you go. DC says, yeah, I think DC would have been better if he didn't eat the black comfort food. Oh, wow. Okay, a little bit of some racial undertone here. Yeah, he's not winning physique contests for sure. It's not a bodybuilding contest. Daniel says, can't wait for UFC to be more accessible. Yeah, man, shout out to you, Daniel. First time I've seen you here. Let me know what part of the world you are from, my man. And yes, that's right. I really can't wait for the UFC to be accessible as well. But let me know how you consume your UFC, right? Because I'm assuming you, by that comment alone, you probably don't watch pay-per-views as much. And if I'm wrong about that, let me know. Or you probably have a hard time finding where the dodgy sites are at. But either way, yeah, let me know of your experience on that one. Fresh says Tyson Fury was schooled by a Ukrainian who didn't eat at McDonald's. There you go, right? Usyk didn't have those same vices that Tyson Fury had. So says he's still one of the best in the world. That's right. Tyson Fury and Daniel Cormier at his primer, at the very least, at the end of his career. So yeah, you're definitely right about that. All right. All right, so now Carolina's backing up right against the fence. There's Montague right up front. Okay, there's a low kick right there. Melon Juice says the best in the world don't get knocked down by an MMA fighter in his first boxing fight. I think this is an era of heavyweight boxing fighters are the worst of all time. You know what? That's an interesting take, but I'm going to push back on that a little bit, right? Now, I know what you're referring to. You're referring to the Tyson Fury and the Francis Ngannou fight. Okay, fair enough, right? Here's what it is. Back then, when you're talking about Muhammad Ali or all these other guys, these guys were not fighting other heavyweights from karate, from judo, from all these other backgrounds. They're not boxing these people, right? And there was no such thing as MMA back in the days. So, which means anybody that was involved in a fighting sport was involved in Muay Thai, boxing, or maybe karate, right? And then here comes Francis Ngannou, who's sort of an anomaly in the world of MMA alone, which easily could have made him an anomaly in the world of boxing had he stayed in boxing rather than go into MMA, right? But then you also got to take into considerable fact that Tyson Fury is fighting in an era full of giants, but then he's also getting beat by guys that are literally the size of Muhammad Ali. Can Tank KO Paul? Truth Seeker says, I think he can. No, I don't think he can. I don't think he can because there's no evidence of Jake Paul ever being knocked out. So it's very difficult to say that, all right, well, he's going to get knocked out in this fight. Speaking of which, Montague's looking to knock out Carolina right now in full guard position right now in the first round. Truth says, how many heavyweight boxers have fought an MMA guy? Not very much, right? Only Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury, and we all saw how that went. MMA striking is totally different from boxing, completely. And you know what? Sometimes that MMA striking, ooh, what is this? An arm bar out of nowhere. Okay. But then, yeah, MMA striking is a little bit different considering that there's different variations and different ways of how you maneuver your punches. Fresh says, did you see Jake tell a streamer that 2 pounds is a lot in boxing? 2 pounds is a lot in boxing. Yes. I saw him say that. And he couldn't fight KSI at a certain weight class, arguing about 2 pounds back and forth. Jake is fighting Tank. His brother Logan said that to him. Yes, those exact words. Jake weighs 30 pounds more than Tank. If you think about it, though, I know 30 pounds doesn't seem a lot in the heavyweight division. I mean, look at Usyk. He was fighting at 220. He was a cruiserweight before that, right? Fights at 200, was fighting at 220 against Tyson Fury, who was over 275, close to 280 pounds. So we're talking about a 60-pound difference between them. And we're talking about a 30-pound difference between Tank and Jake. Now, I think the only reason why it's significant is because I think we hyper-emphasize how small these guys are at the lower weight classes, that anybody who fights them that is close to light heavyweight or heavyweight, it seems like a freak show fight, which it is. By normal standards, it is a freak show fight. But at the same time, it's not usual. Right? Tyson Fury adds fat, not muscles. Okay. You're talking about his extra weight. Still, it's still extra weight, though. that he has to deal with, an extra weight to which he has to punch on. Oh, wow. Gets a counter right there, but gets taken down. All right, so now it is Montague that is on top position right now in half guard position. Oh, wow, there's an illegal up kick right there. Illegal up kick. All right, 1 point taken. 1 point. That's significant right there. I think she was losing anyway. I don't think, a point deduction, will matter here. But yeah. All right, there's a high kick right there. All right, there's another takedown right there. All right, so it looks like there's some sort of like a headlock, leg lock from that position. Not quite a triangle, but a leg lock on the part of Carolina from. Okay, so now we're in side control right now, side control positions. All right, looking to isolate this arm right here. All right, so now they're on top position right now. Ground and pound, top position. All right, now it's got full mount position right now. Yeah, Dominick Cruz just hinted of why she's able to get a lot of rear naked chokes, and a lot of it is because of how aggressive she goes and takes the back, which is what she's doing right now in this second round right now. Yeah, that's a Montague round once again. On the verge of winning this one. I would predict a decision on this one. I don't see how this fight is going to go any further. So we'll see. All right, round number 3. All right, here's a body lock right here by Carolina. Boom, German suplex. All right, man, throwing some elbows on the top right now. Ripper RB says, "Who are here? Who are here?" What do you mean by that? Shout out to you, man. Let me know what part of the world you are from. All right, so maintaining this half guard position is Montague on top of Carolina. All right, now on full guard position right now. All right, so now just maintaining this top position right now. Raining elbows right on top. He says, I saw two buds. Huh. Two buds. Speaking of bud, man, did you guys see Terrence Crawford's in its live? Two buds in its live. Okay. Well, I did see, and I asked. Got it. Got it. Okay. Okay. Uh, those. Yeah, that's Ulberg and Reyes, the guys that are fighting right now. So false. This is alive. You. Yeah. So I mean, obviously, for me to respond to you in that one, yeah, it is alive. All right, now in the north-south position right now with about 60 seconds left into this fight. All right, and that is the end of the fight right there. Montague won this one, hands down. Hands down, Montague won this fight. Isn't bro? Are you Jamal? No, I am not. I am not a Jamal. Uh, isn't a typical stream. Yeah. Usually I would be on camera, but you know, just certain circumstances can't put me on the camera right now. So, but yeah. Shout out to you though, Ripper. Let me know what part of the world you are from, my man. Uh, I'm from Mexico, bro. No worries for the camera. I'm from Mexico, bro. Shout out to you, Capulet and Montague. Okay, something like that. Fresh, you could say that. All right, so there is Montague wins by decision. On to the next fight. All right, from Vanilla, hiding from Vanilla. Who's that? Vanilla Ice. Oh, Ice. Okay, got it. Got it. He's referring to Ice, right? That's why he's saying vanilla because yeah, he's referring to Ice as in yeah, vanilla ice. Got it. Okay. Ain't got it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's trying to say some racial undertones is what Fresh Melon Juice I think is trying to do. Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of racial undertones, check out this video that I did with regarding Jake Paul. Be right back.
The all-electric, all-quiet Subaru Solterra. Dog tested, dog approved.
Get special lease offers on select new Solterra V models before the $7,500 lease incentive ends on September 30th.
When your severe asthma says you can't, Tespire says you can. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and over that helps you prevent attacks and relieve asthma symptoms. Tespire is not a rescue medication. Serious allergic reactions may occur. Get help for swelling of your face, mouth.
Jake Paul for you know, coming with me and making this event happen, and his team, and what is MP Promotions, Netflix, Al Heyman, everybody.
Turns out he can't read just like Floyd.
Oh, MVP. MP. Remember that. You got a mohawk.
You tattooed your fucking name on your forehead so you wouldn't forget, you dumbass.
That's not my name, dumbass. That's my daughter name, dumbass. My son name, dumbass. Hey, again, you got a mohawk.
Charlie, it means the world's the United States, and his legacy lives on today. But yeah, I knew we'd be here. Before we start more, I want to take a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk and his family, Erica Kirk, real heroes of America.
Now, of course, you're probably thinking, here he goes again with another race baiting video. Well, let me tell you a couple things. Number one, let's be real. This is the type of content that everybody likes and that everybody listens to. And I'm not talking about Jake Paul or MMA content or that in general. I'm talking about race baiting. That's just the honest truth. That is what everybody falls for. That is what everybody likes. And whether you like it or not, this is the way they're going to market this fight as Jake Paul, the white savior that's going to stop Gervonta Davis from all of his mishaps that he's created. As he even said, this is going to be his karmatic retribution of some sort. I don't know about all that. I will say, though, there's a lot of politicizing going on in the world of combat sports. Obviously, the Charlie Kirk tribute that UFC's Noche did on the same day as Canelo versus Crawford. And now this, Jake Paul making a tribute to Charlie Kirk. Of course it's politicized. So therefore, anything that's politicized has a race baiting value towards it.
Just stay completely out of it, but maybe you think different. I would argue that, just want to know your thoughts on the UFC paying tribute to Charlie Kirk on the UFC Noche broadcast. Showing the president walk into the building is one thing, but specifically paying, I mean, the jig is up. Like, the UFC is a right-wing company. I mean, I know for a fact that there are people there, including executives, who are not that way, but that is what they are. That is the audience they are looking for. That is the audience they are. The opposite is the audience they are firmly rejecting. Like, it is a right-wing company now. But specifically paying homage to a political activist whose general political views align with yours is different, in my opinion. I would rather the UFC just stay completely out of it, but maybe you think different. I would argue that of all the problems that we have right now, I got to tell you, this is just not on my radar. I think a better question would be, I mean, it's, you know, what do you want me to say? I think a better question would be, what do people who were the subject or the object, I should say, of his political attacks and criticisms, how do they feel about it? But then the answer to that is going to be, it doesn't really matter because the UFC is not going to care. I did an interview on Tuesday with a guy who used to work at ESPN. He does political stuff now, but he used to work at ESPN, was, you know, a big sports guy from, turns out coincidentally, from the DC area, but nevertheless. And in fact, the reason I know him is because of an MMA connection within the MMA industry. In fact, not one, but two of them. So we actually have an MMA tie-in. And, you know, he was talking about, like, you know, he used to read Full Contact Fighter back in the day, like old school, and was completely put off by the UFC's rightward turn and doesn't want to be, and has not really watched anymore at all as a consequence. This is a conscious choice that they made. And so within that framework, within that particular framework, that decision to honor a, you know, a political commentator, again, terrible assassination. So it's, you can understand why from their worldview, that would be a thing. But to me, it's like, you know, focusing on that when it's like, well, okay, but as like distinct from the president. Remember, they didn't just give Trump a walkout as president. They gave him a walkout as candidate.
Style and substance. In the GMC Sierra, or current eligible GMC owners get 20% below MSRP on the Sierra 1500 model.
What's the secret to peak health? Going micro with Noom. Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s.
So you're probably wondering, why am I playing a Luke Thomas clip talking about how combat sports has become politicized? Well, the reason for that is to make you understand Jake Paul's motivation and how he's going to promote this fight. Now, look, I doubt Jake Paul has a racist bone in his body, and you have to doubt I have any racist bone in my body whatsoever. But the fact remains, it is entertaining when you add that particular element into this. And then on top of that, you have a size factor going on. You got Jake Paul, who is damn near 200 pounds, and Gervonta Tank Davis, who can't even make 150 pounds, let alone 190 pounds, right? So, yeah, please understand that this fight has a lot of racial implications going on, like most fights do. The only difference is that some people are not going to firmly admit it. Now, why is that? Because obviously, when you add race into the whole entire mix, it's ugly. It's ugly, period, when you are dealing with it in real life situations. But I'm going to be honest with you, it's very lucrative in the world of combat sports, and that is something that you cannot deny.
Tank Davis. Tank Davis. Star in boxing. Tank Davis.
Yeah. Oh. Is it okay? Everything's good though?
Everything's great. No, everything's going really well.
So, dude, you're fucking fighting Gervonta fucking Davis.
Yeah.
We're in a Bugatti pulling up there. Like, are you excited? Now it's in Miami too.
That's good. I love that it's in Miami. It's gonna be way more fun here.
Yeah, it is.
Bro, this is the best place to fight, I think, right now.
You won the 10K?
I'm trying to claim it, but
the follower goal? All right, after the presser, meet me at the warehouse, okay? I'm coming right back here. I got you. God bless you too. So
now, it is worth noting and understanding that just because people are attracted to that particular element of fight promotion, it doesn't mean that somehow Jake Paul or Gervonta Tank Davis actually think that way. In fact, these two guys are international superstars. They've been around different types of people. They know how to act around different types of people. And as a result of that, there is no racist bone in their body whatsoever. These are worldly thinking individuals. Now, on the other hand, when you have Jake Paul's fans, who, by the way, are all right. All right, guys, here we go. Round number one. All right, here we go. Oh, there's a nice high kick right there by Colby Thickness. Josias takes him down. Oh, look, there's an attempt of a leg lock right there. Now they're up on the feet. I think a lot of people had Colby Thickness winning this one, primarily because if you think about it, right, there's not a lot of MMA facilities where Musasa is from. But I tell you what, sometimes talent overrides all of that. He says, "Bro, the ads." Yeah, I know, man. It's the unfortunate thing of being monetized, but what can you do? Would fight. Okay. This Luke guy is an effing dork. Okay, you're referring to Luke Thomas when that video was being played. Okay. Hmm. All right, there's a full mount position right there by Colby. Ooh. Fresh says, have you seen honey badgers attack elephants? They get stomped, KO'd several times, but keep attacking the elephant. Kyrie, what's wrong with these animals? Damn. Damn, bro. Why do you gotta be an animal? Why does he have to be an animal? I mean, the dude can literally, I don't know, man. He's fighting for his dreams, my man. They go until they're ended. Yeah. Well, that shows you the toughness of Joias Musasa, doesn't it? Look at this. All right, still maintaining top position right now. Top position with full mount. Look at this. Oh, he's not going anywhere. Oh, the referee is looking to finish this, looking to stop this if he doesn't defend himself here. And he's in a really good position right here. All right, man. Everybody around the world, don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, but also, guys, don't forget to also hit the super chats. Don't be shy to hit the super chats. We're over here giving you guys the full play-by-play as Colby Thickness is right on top of Musasa's right now, ground and pounding. And you know what? He's fighting back with throwing punches. Now, this is highly inadvisable when it comes to. Yeah, it says I'm talking about honey badger, not. Yeah, look, Fresh. I know what you're trying to say there. There's some racial, undertones that you're saying there, but it's all right. Listen, I allow freedom of speech here. It doesn't necessarily mean I have to agree with it. Adam says, I just watched a new trainee UFC, Harry Beaver versus Menace to, but okay, well, wow, man. He's still maintaining it. Look at this. Yeah, Mustasa's right back up. All right, man. We got more people piling up in here. Shout out to Adam, man. Let me know what part of the world you are from, Adam. Let me know what part of the world you're from. This is the first time I've seen you here, so I love seeing new listeners here. Just curious to know what part of the world you guys are from. Fresh Melendry says, no, it's not. I'll let you know if okay, well, that's something I did not need to know, but all right, man. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't understand how people can be very comfortable with toilet jokes, right? It's not necessarily my favorite type of comedy, to be quite honest with you, right? But apparently you love it. You love this style of comedy. It's just not my thing, my man. It's just not something that I would do to joke around about toilets and whatnot. All right, round number 2. Here we go. I give the round 1 to Colby on that one. I think he got that one. Ooh. But Musasa's is coming in here just constantly throwing a barrages of punches at him. And I didn't know he was southpaw also. Press says, I wanted to make sure you remembered this conversation. All right. Well, very much well remembered. So, right. So here, Colby right now shooting in. Uh, the cage wrestling, the truth, I'll tell you, it's something that I actually practice a lot. That's, yeah, because I tell you what, the reason why a lot of other wrestlers don't practice it as much, right? So I'll tell you, one of the things that I'll tell, MMA fighters who don't have necessarily a high wrestling experience, I would tell them, work on cage wrestling because it is a big difference that you could absolutely make against a wrestler, right? Because they're used to wrestling in open mats, right? But it's different, man. It's a different feeling when you're wrestling up against the cage for sure. The energy expenditure that you have to exude is a lot higher than normal wrestling, right? So, True Seeker says, "Yeah, that's what I do. My open mat wrestling sucks. I like cage wrestling, though. Yeah, because I think when right now, because you're not actively in high school wrestling, right? One of the things that you're highly emphasizing the most when it comes to the MMA side of wrestling is cage wrestling. And Khabib, I mean, he figured this out sooner than anybody. I don't know anybody before Khabib that has had better cage wrestling than him prior to the Khabib era. If you guys know, let me know on the comment section below. But so far, cage wrestling, it was Khabib and maybe George St. Pierre, right? But George St. Pierre's wrestling was more of an open mat style wrestling, right? Meaning that he would kind of wait to lure you in, wait for you to make a mistake after throwing some heavy shots, and then out of nowhere, just shoot in a takedown on you. Kane was Khabib's teacher. There you go. But did Kane use a lot of cage wrestling? I did see some of that in the Brock Lesnar fight. But yeah, you know what? Come to think of it, that is where Khabib may have learned it. Yeah, I was going to say George would shoot in the middle of the cage. That's right. Yeah, he would absolutely. He's more of an open mat wrestler than anything. So Khabib, Kane, they're more of cage style wrestling, which is what we are witnessing right now between Musasa and Colby. Ending the second round right now. Colby's got some busted up lips or nose right now. I think he's bleeding from the nose, but that again shows you a bit of the striking prowess of Joe Sasa's. DC and Kane was teaching Dagestanis the cage wrestling. You know what? That makes sense. That makes sense because when Khabib fought in his pro debut, he fought in a boxing ring, not a cage, right? So that kind of gives it a different, type of feeling. Just look at the old vlogs. Okay, yeah. You're right. You're right. I remember what you mean. The old vlogs and also the show that they had on, I believe it's called Fight Factory, which featured AKA. This was during the days of when AKA had Josh Koscheck, if you remember. And then that sort of same show, or reality show as you call it, sort of highlighted the beef that Josh Koscheck and Javier Mendez had going on. So yes, and that's a good point as well, Marty, right? There's no cage in Sambo fighting. Yes, there's no cage in that either. It's an open mat. It's an open mat. But yeah. Oh, nice high kick right there by Colby. Yeah, man, those are very good points, man. Glad to have a very knowledgeable audience on deck right now. Khabib used to say Kane style in his early days. You know what? During the Conor McGregor fight, if you notice, Javier Mendez was hinting at Khabib, saying to him, hey, listen, do Cain Velasquez style, I know what he meant by that. He meant box and wrestle, right? Let me know if you guys sort of remember that fight as well. Oh, there's a timeout right here. Looks like there's a foul on the part of Musasa's committed by Colby. All right, so looks like we have a low blow right now, a little bit of a timeout. Colby is instructed to, okay, he was looking for an inside kick, and he just literally went right between, the family jewels. Like, he really just went right in the middle, right? Like, kicked them straight up. Now, what he was trying to do was throw an inside leg kick, which is a type of inside leg kick that you would usually throw from a further distance. But because Musasa's was coming in forward, right, it sort of forced Colby to kick him upwards rather than in sort of like a sidestep, leading leg kick that he was trying to attempt. And unfortunately, it went right in between Musasa's, and that's why, he's, he was fouled for that one. All right, man. So a bit of a long break here, 2 minutes and 30 seconds into this official timeout. He's still feeling the effects of that shot. Yeah, he's definitely not rushing this one in, right? He's taking his time, sort of stretching out a little bit, trying to build back his cardio in. I think it's a smart strategy, thinking about how Colby was really just full force and full motion into this fight, right? Just constant barrages of, takedown after takedown, and then just throwing a lot of wild shots. But both of them were throwing some wild shots here. So All right, the referee still checking. It looks like he's trying to take the full 5 minutes, but it also looks like the referee is trying to encourage and yet discourage trying to take the full 5 minutes, if you know what I mean, right? Like he's sort of standing over him, he's like saying, "Hey, are you okay? Are you ready? Are you ready?" This and that. While he has literally like a minute left, I don't know. I think it's probably pressure from the television time that they have because remember, every fight is approximately 30 minutes. So, 15-minute 3-round fight is really a 30-minute time slot in on TV. This is something that you'll catch on and notice if you've been an observer of UFC for a long time in the way that they sort of, the way that they sort of plan their television scheduling. All right, so here we go. That is now the end of the timeout. They are back in action right now. All right, so there's a shot attempt by Colby. Okay, there's another shot attempt by Colby right here. There's a knee right up top, sort of breaks away from it. All right, so speaking of cage wrestling, here's Colby once again maintaining that cage wrestling stance right over Musasa's right now, over Hunter, maintaining the dominant position in this clinch and exchange right here. All right, so with that body lock, there it is. He takes him down, flattens him out. It's right on top, mount position once again. All right, so what is he going to do with this position right here? He's maintaining top position right now, maintaining full mount position right now. Now, the energy expenditure that Colby has, look at this, 2 out of 14 takedown attempts. A lot of people don't understand how tiring takedown attempts can be. All right, so that's the end of the fight. I'm giving that fight to Colby Thickness on that one. Unanimous decision, easy win for him on that one. All right, on to the next one.
In fact, the reason I know him is because of an MMA connection within the MMA industry. In fact, not one, but two of them. So we actually have an MMA tie-in. And, he was talking about, like, he used to read Full Contact Fighter back in the day, like old school, and was completely put off by the UFC's right word turn and doesn't want to be, has not really watched anymore at all as a consequence. This is a conscious choice that they made. And so within that framework, within that particular framework, that decision to honor a political commentator, again, terrible assassination. So you can understand why from their worldview that would be a thing. But to me, it's like, focusing on that when it's like, well, okay, but as like distinct from the president. Remember, they didn't just give Trump a walkout as president; they gave him a walkout as candidate.
So you're probably wondering, why am I playing a Luke Thomas clip talking about how combat sports has become politicized? Well, the reason for that is to make you understand Jake Paul's motivation and how he's going to promote this fight. Now, look, I doubt Jake Paul has a racist bone in his body, and you have to doubt I have any racist bone in my body whatsoever. But the fact remains, it is entertaining when you add that particular element into this. And then on top of that, you have a size factor going on. You got Jake Paul, who is damn near 200 pounds, and Gervonta Tank Davis, who can't even make 150 pounds, let alone 190 pounds, right? So, yeah, please understand that this fight has a lot of racial implications going on, like most fights do. The only difference is that some people are not going to firmly admit it. Now, why is that? Because obviously, when you add race into the whole entire mix, it's ugly. It's ugly, period, when you are dealing with it in real life situations. But I'm going to be honest with you. It's very lucrative in the world of combat sports, and that is something that you cannot deny.
Tank Davis. Tank Davis. Star in boxing. Tank Davis.
Yeah. Is it okay? Everything's good though?
Everything's great. No, everything's going really well.
So, dude, you're fucking fighting Gervonta fucking Davis.
Yeah,
we're in a Bugatti pulling up there. Like, are you excited? Now it's in Miami too.
It's good. I love that it's in Miami. It's gonna be way more fun here.
Yeah, it is.
Bro, this is the best place to fight, I think, right now.
You won the 10K? I'm trying to claim it, but the follower goal? All right, after the presser, meet me at the warehouse, okay? I'm coming right back here. I got you. God bless you too. So
now, it is worth noting and understanding that just because people are attracted to that particular element of fight promotion, it doesn't mean that somehow Jake Paul or Gervonta Tank Davis actually think that way. In fact, these two guys are international superstars. They've been around different types of people. They know how to act around different types of people. And as a result of that, there is no racist bone in their body whatsoever. These are worldly thinking individuals. Now, on the other hand, when you have Jake Paul's fans, who, by the way, are mostly right-wing dudes nowadays, right? Which is kind of surprising going back to his earlier days when you think about Jake Paul as back then in comparison to.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to show you a way to potentially make money by pairing Amazon with the power of AI without ever selling physical products. And I promise you've never heard about this before.
Why is Amazon paying me $63,000 a month? Well, I didn't make this kind of money selling yoga mats and toasters, and I damn sure wasn't talking to my friends into buying vitamins and juices. I did it with a free app that's probably already on your phone. And that app is the Kindle app.
I just created some simple digital products. Then I put them up on Amazon, and it was so exciting. The first time I tried it, I made $14, and I was like, oh my goodness, this actually works. Hi, I'm Carla Marie, and the coolest part is Amazon puts over 300 million customers just a click away. So
Fast forward 8 minutes later into this video, better yet, 8 years later after that video was shot, here we are. Jake Paul, now considered a world level boxer, not a championship level boxer, but a world level boxer, at least, right? Or at least somewhat decent, somewhat formidable to some competition. Now, speaking of world champions, what about Gervonta Tank Davis? As I was mentioning to you earlier, obviously, the way that people are going to perceive this fight, especially with the type of community that Gervonta Davis is from, well, you know what? Let's go back in time when he fought Ryan Garcia and what I said in the post-fight regarding Gervonta Tank Davis and the type of environment he comes was, or whatever you make of that as you will. The bottom line is it's just not a good look for him. But at the same time, it also doesn't help that a lot of people have this harsh stereotype towards him and this level of hatred for just the fact that he's just different than you. He grew up in the hood. He grew up in the wrong side of town. And then on top of that, he's over there flashing money during the, I believe it was the weigh-ins or it was the press conference, one of those pre-fight rituals that they had going on. He was basically flashing the money to Tank Davis. And look, here's the thing. It's not really appealing for two types of demographics, right? Even two contrasting demographics are going to look at that and be like, you know, dude, what are you doing? A rich guy, let's say somebody like Mark Zuckerberg, you look at him, he wears the same clothes every day. It's not really the most extravagant dresser, doesn't really wear designer clothes or this and that. And he's one of the richest guys in the world. But he's going to look at Tank Davis. Now, I'm not saying that he specifically, but somebody in that stature, right? Because there's a lot of rich guys out there that really just don't go out there and flaunt it like that. They live very frugal. And then on top of that, they live very low key. So you never know that they're going to be rich. But if you come from the hood and you came from nothing and you had basically zero to your name and all of a sudden now you just came up with it, I'm telling you, man, it's a different kind of vibe. You're going to want to show the world like, hey, look what I got. Because you got to understand, sometimes when you come from that negative culture, right, where everybody is broke, everybody doesn't have money or this and that, and then they tell you all your life, you're always going to be broke. You're never going to have money. You're never going to have anything. You're never going to be successful. You're never going to have the career that you want. You're never going to get out of the ghetto. You're never going to become champion. Man, you know what? I tell you, that breaks a lot of people down in ways that you cannot understand. It also hurts a lot of people. It hurts a lot of people in ways where they think to themselves, my goodness, man, maybe I'm not good enough. And then they're low. All right, y'all. Jamie Malarkey versus his eyebrows that left him. All right, here we go. Jamie Malarkey versus Bedoya. Yeah, not into Bitcoins at all, man. But if you know anything about it, let me know. Hate Love says, fresh, extremely stupid. Huh, okay. What is that in reference to? Okay, what is this comment right here? He says, isn't it funny that the Paul brothers are balding and use the forward comb over to conceal it? Millions with zero balding problems are using the same hairstyle. Are humans very, very stupid? I mean, yeah, I don't know what type of products you are talking about that they are pushing, but that is interesting to say the least. Yeah, definitely not into any of that. But for whatever reason, I believe that Turkey El-Sheikh live stream that I did the other day, somebody was leaving comments about, like Bitcoins and all of that. But you know what? It's a bunch of malarkey, just like Jamie Malarkey's name. What an interesting name, right? Like, imagine his name is like saying, okay, what's an equivalent to that? That's like saying bollocks, right? Bollocks is like a common thing a lot of British people use when they call a lie on something. And a lot of Irish people sort of call malarkey as, yeah. He says, the audio is much better now. Yeah, I don't know what I did. I must have sort of rearranged it in a way where it's better now. But either way, yeah, shout outs to you on that for, he says, BS, Hate Love says. Yeah, man, did anybody see Terrence Crawford's parade, victory parade today that they had for him in Omaha, right? A little homecoming welcome for the champ. So, all right. Meanwhile, Jamie Malarkey is no malarkey when it comes to maintaining this body lock position right now. Yeah, not a lot of turnout for this fight, right? I would imagine it would probably be even more next week because it is a big pay-per-view with Alex Pereira and Ankalaev. And I think after that win, Ankalaev became a star, and obviously Alex Pereira has been a star in in the UFC after knocking out Izzy and then getting knocked out himself, only to come back and become the 205 champ. But I think Ankalaev is going to run the 205 division for quite some time, quite a long time, honestly. So. All right, so still maintaining this body lock position right now, while at the same time, I believe is looking for a rear naked choke. Hate Love says, yeah, I think next week will be an explosive for MMA, and I think there's some big news. When you say that there's some big news, are you referring to the fact that perhaps they may announce something during, let's say, the fight week festivities during the press conference, perhaps? Hate Love says, yeah, I think next week it will be okay. Tank said he will retire after the Jake fight. That means he's retired from professional boxing right now and exhibition boxing after the Jake fight. And exhibition boxing after the Jake fight. So you're saying that he's going to only fight exhibition fights after that? So that means we're not going to get the Lamont Roach rematch? Is that what you mean? I would assume he would probably be so cashed out after the Jake Paul fight that he would probably not want to come back. Truth Seeker says, until Tank beats up, he needs more money for lawyers. Yes, I think that's what it really comes down to. Hardy will be fighting. Dan Hardy made her a little boring. She used to KO people with her insane taekwondo kicks. Okay, so this is in reference to Veronica Hardy, the wife of Dan Hardy, whom Dan Hardy trains. And yes, you're right. Dan Hardy is a very technical type of coach, right? So naturally, he's going to tell her to fight. And on top of that, they're tied together, right? So obviously he's going to advise her to fight in a way that is safe, that is going to, keep her from getting brain damage, right? Hate Love says, yes, people here are telling me something big is happening next week, or is it next month? Something weird for December, not sure. Or that could be what Turkey El-Sheikh was referring to when he said, Dana White has announcement to make, okay? And then Dana White whispers something in his ear. He's like, hey, listen, you can't be saying this. We want to wait till UFC Fight Week. You could come during UFC Fight Week, but we're not going to announce it for Terrence Crawford and Canelo Fight Week. Probably announce the Ilya fight. There you go. Yeah, the Ilya fight is for December. That's right. Okay. Fresh said, Dan made Veronica a female Dagestani. Well, how so, right? Dan Hardy is not really a wrestling-centric fighter. He does have jiu-jitsu, under his belt, but he never was wrestling heavy. If anything, he was anti-wrestling, right? That's why when he fought George St. Pierre, if you remember, he visited the training facility of Matt Serra, who previously beat George St. Pierre, was the last guy to beat George St. Pierre. And so everything that they worked on in that was anti-wrestling. Dan is a 10th Planet guy. Yes, so there you go, right? Everything they do is anti-wrestling, meaning that they either work to keep the fight standing by having a good takedown defense, or they work to keep the fight on their feet, right? Keep the fight on their feet to keep it standing, or keep the fight on their back, defensive, or ready to catch any submissions off their back. Fresh Melon Juice says, Dan uses other coaches to train her, not only his knowledge. Well, there you go. I think that's the most effective way, right? I think sometimes one of the things that you have to do if you are coaching somebody who is a close family member of yours, right? I think it is important that you have other people train that person as well, because they're going to see things that you won't, no matter how much of a high-level fighter you are or how high level of your knowledge is of the game. Truth Seeker says, well, the Dagestani style is very effective and efficient. There you go. It definitely is, right? And people make it seem like the Dagestani style is only this one streak of like wrestling, whereas you have somebody like Sharaputin and Zabit, all striking centric. Of course, they can wrestle whenever they want to as well, but those guys prefer to strike. But yes, nonetheless, effective either way for the Dagestani style for sure. All right, so here we go. Malarkey trying to take down Bedoya. The threat of wrestling is so high that it improves their striking. The threat of wrestling is so high that it improves their striking. Is this in reference to the Dagestanis in what you're saying, right? Meaning that you're in a room full of guys that can wrestle. So when you're out there and grappling or sparring with them, it's kind of forcing you to try different things. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I could see that. I could see Zabit growing up in Dagestan and Sharaputin as well, growing up in Dagestan, constantly getting taken down, right? And obviously, they come from a land with a lot of good wrestling. So with that in mind, they're not exactly going to, they're not exactly going to be the best wrestlers out there. There's going to be a lot of guys that are going to take them down, that are going to choke them out. So they decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to go and try and develop new and different skills to sort of compete with these guys in a training room. And then it just sort of festered itself into real life competition. Truth says, no, I'm saying their wrestling threat is so high that it makes their striking more effective because the opponent is afraid of the takedown. Ah, okay. I see what you're saying. I saw that in the Conor McGregor and the Khabib fight, right? You see the way that he threw that overhand right to connect on Khabib. If you note it, I'm sorry, the way that Khabib connected with that overhand right, it was out of fear that he would change his level. So when you saw Khabib sort of duck down in the way that he did and throw that overhand right, it was unexpected. Melon Juice says, yeah, truth. That's how Khabib was able to knock down Conor. Yes, exactly what I was referring to. Yes. All right, man. Speaking of good striking, here's some good striking action by Malarkey right now in the highlights. All right, round 3. Malarkey so far with the takedowns, the ground control, and the good boxing. I mean, you know, we sort of knew that. Oh, speaking of, okay, sort of challenging Malarkey there, almost knocked him down in that one. Fresh says the Australian team is running bad, aren't they? Haven't they all lost their fights, their latest fights? Depends on who. Name some right now that you've noticed that have lost. I can't see anything, so I'll listen like radio. Yeah, this is where we're on radio mode right now, brother. It says, Fresh, I didn't see you in any of the Kirk lives. What's your professional take on the whole thing? The professional take? What is that? He has a professional take on the Kirk situation. Fresh Mellinger says, Easy Team. Yeah, he definitely was here for the Charlie Kirk lives that we did. Yeah, he definitely was here. He had a lot to say in that one, didn't you, Fresh? Truth Seeker says he's in the CIA, man. Yeah, sure. Yes. Truth, what's your pro take on Kirk? Okay, so Hate Love is asking what's your take on that one. Hey, by the way, for those of you that are in here, also don't forget to check out my members only section. Also, Hate Love is a member of the members section. Hate Love, I hope you saw some of my latest members only videos that I did, right? Last week I did something along the lines where I talked about how there was no UFC that weekend, so you know, it sort of had to reflect on different things outside of MMA. So hope you guys like that one. Hope you like that one, and hope you guys join the members only stream. Well, to make it short, I definitely don't believe the mainstream narrative of how it happened at all. Okay, so that is Truth's take on that entire thing. So you also don't believe that he was shot from the front, right? Because there's this ongoing narrative saying that he was shot from the back. And to be honest with you, I don't know how real that is, but we'll see. Fresh says, I think reshaping the youth's mind is always key to the power in the future. Israel was given TikTok by the United States government. Kirk might have been assassinated because he changed so many lost minds. You know what? Yeah, Truth Seeker says, I don't think it was a 3006. Okay. And for those of you that don't know, that is the type of gun that was used. Okay, Fresh, just to let you know, Israel was given TikTok. A TikTok is a Chinese app, right? And that's what's interesting about TikTok is that they don't have the influence that the Western world has on that particular matter, right? It's not, yeah, the influence is just not there. Truth Seeker says, I can see that. Fresh Hate Love says, I think I remember it. I was just watching your vid, and then I saw you online 10 minutes ago. but I'll watch the rest after. I got some extra. Okay. So you were talking about the new video that I had just released regarding Canelo and Turkey El-Sheikh, from what I assume, right? Meanwhile, here's Malarkey right now. Wow, man, Malarkey's face is busted up right now. He got busted up at the end of these rounds right here. We got 30 minutes into this fight, and Bedoya is looking to finish Malarkey, because if he doesn't, I don't think that he's going to get the win on this one if he doesn't finish him. What do you guys think about the whole snake eyes thing? Yes, I saw that video, Truth Seeker. Yes, where they sort of made comparisons to Snake Eyes, the 1998 Nicolas Cage movie. But here's the thing, right? That happened in a boxing event, and I'm surprised that guy who made that video did not reference the boxing event that was happening in that same week of Charlie Kirk's assassination, which was Canelo and Crawford. Truth Seeker says, because that's absolutely crazy. What are you saying, that his take on the guy that made the Snake Eyes video, you're saying that that was a crazy take? Hate Love says, yes, that vid. I just got to think that Fury interview, and I'll have to watch it from the start. Hey, you know what? Don't trip. After this, you know what? I'll play it right now. I'll play it right now so you can just watch it in the meantime. Jamie Malarkey won this one, guys. So Truth Seeker says, a guy named Charles Kirkland gets shot by a guy named Tyler on September 10th. Not a crazy take, crazy how similar it is. Yeah. Look, the idea that he talked about in there, right? The Snake Eyes video, he says that there's a lot of spirits that talk to people about future events. By the way, I don't doubt that from an Islamic perspective. We have a very similar perspective on that as well, right? You know, obviously the jinns talking to human beings, revealing, future historical events and things of that nature. So, yeah, that is a possibility. But all right, for Hate Love, this one's for you right here. Let me get this one going right here. All right, so we got the next fight coming up. Andre Petrovsky taking on Rowston. All right, man. The fight moves on. Here we go. All right, let's get to this one. And elaborate on this right now.
Us down to do the best. I call them dream crushers and jealous. Exactly, that's what you are. I love the dirty, jealous. Get up, Daniel Dubois. Get up, son.
Once again, can you imagine a fight between those two? Who would Frank Warren side with? Obviously, he has to keep a certain neutrality in that. But Turkey El-Sheikh, on the other hand, well, he doesn't have to do any of that. Well, all right, let's delve into the history of Turkey El-Sheikh. Now,
want to make sure you're getting in the right ride every time? Turn on PIN verification in the Uber app, and your ride will only begin when your driver enters your unique 4-digit passcode. That's safety simplified. Uber.
Get the right college strategy for every stage of high school. Visit kaplancollegeprep.com.
Fun fact about Turkey El-Sheikh, many people don't know that he graduated in a military academy in Saudi Arabia, which means he has some kind of military position in the government. That could mean intelligence, that could mean a whole wide range of things, right? But here's something interesting that a lot of people don't necessarily know about Turkey El-Sheikh, okay? It is this, okay? So Turkey is the head of sports and entertainment department in Saudi Arabia, and as such, doesn't show any favoritism nor does he show lack of favoritism of either. Well, who exactly is Turkey El-Sheikh, the guy that everyone calls his excellency? But also, notice how nobody calls him by the royal title of Your Majesty. Now, why is that? Well, now, if you think about it, in a world where a lot of people complain about nepotism, one thing you can say about Turkey El-Sheikh, it seems that he earned his position, even though there's not really a lot of background in how he got to where he was at and what type of position he had previous in order to get him to the position where he's at right now. The one thing does remain, though, and the next thing that we're going to talk about is this a good signing for Canelo? And I'm going to tell you, probably not. Yes, in terms of monetary-wise, but not good in terms of his legacy. And I'm going to explain and elaborate on this right now. So right now, we're talking about maybe close to a $400 million deal, right? 3 fights. So I would say 150 for Crawford, the fight that he just had. And then the next fight he's going to go into, he's going to go in there against Arthur Beterbiev. Is this a good idea? I don't think it's a good idea. Let me explain why. In all honesty, okay, I honestly don't think Canelo can beat Arthur Beterbiev. He certainly could not beat Bivol. And guess what? It was Arthur Beterbiev that beat Bivol. However, Bivol also beat Arthur Beterbiev. Either way, these guys are very close to each other in a 50-50 matchup. So how do you think Canelo is going to do against him? Not very good. And furthermore, here's something that I need you guys to understand, right? It's great for his pay, but I got to be honest with you. It is not great for his legacy. He's going to go out just like BJ Penn with multiple losses out of his career. Now, is he going to care at that point? Maybe not, or maybe he will. That's up to him and his team to care regardless. I could tell you one thing. All right, guys, here we go. 2:15 into the live stream. Rowston versus Petrowski, round 1. All right, so you guys got some interesting comments here. In between the break, let's read some of this while Rowston and Petrowski is going on. So put them in MMA, and I think Turk, but in ring Fury. Okay. Key TikTok US deal investors are all tied to Zionism and Israel. Yeah, but it's still a Chinese owned company, right? I'm not doubting there's people of a certain persuasion that, sort of give it, what do you call it? Sort of give it an investment. But yeah, Ellison, who is Jewish, has donated over 26 million to his friends of the IDF, and Israeli settlements funded archaeological projects in East Jerusalem lobbied by Netanyahu. Okay. Anderson Horowitz actively funds Israeli startups. Wiz, a security unicorn, hosts events targeting elites, IDF alumni for accelerators. Okay. Hate Love says, I think Canelo is expiring. Ooh, hold on. We got a knockdown right here. We got a knockdown right here by Rowston. And Petrowski's trying to go for an armbar right here. So he says, I think Canelo is expiring. I see max 30% of him winning. I see max 30% of him winning. So you're talking about that's in reference to the Arthur Beterbiev fight that he could potentially be fighting up next, right? Let me know if that's what you are in referencing to. So all right, so it looks like Rowston had a KO there for a second. Right, so Rowston's with a KO against Petrowski. All right, so okay, back to the comments right here, right? So I think Canelo, I see him 30% of him 30% of him winning. Yeah, that is in reference to that. Melon Juice says Rupert Murdoch, longtime supporter honored by ADL from stalwart support of Israel, close friends with Ariel Sharon and Netanyahu. Okay. Jeff Lass links to 16 million donations to pro-Israeli groups, IG Emergency Committee for Israel, Republican Jewish Coalition, and anti-Muslim advocacy. Wow. Okay. Fresh Melon Juice says Michael Dell, Jewish billionaire, funds Friends of the IDF and Austin Jewish Federation. Yes, it's an uphill battle. Hate Love says yes. That is in reference to Uncle. I'm sorry. I was looking at Uncle Liab's picture right now, and he kind of resembled Better Be up there. But yes, Truth says, I knew Fresh would be on top of it. For sure, man. Yeah, he definitely knows his stuff, man. You know, some real good knowledge here that my man is dropping. Did you see the heroes of Palestine rock the Iron Dome with cust and drones and a missile? Finally, people are actually fighting for Palestine. Wow. Wow. Okay. I got to check that out. I did not see that. All right. So it is on to the main card, I believe. I believe that this is the last fight of the non-main card. Let's see here. No, there's one more fight. Navajo Stirling and Rodolfo Bellato coming up next. Okay. So that's what we got coming up next. All right, man. Dominick Reyes in the main event. Who is the first fight of the main card? That is going to be Tom Nolan and Charlie Campbell. So Stirling versus Bellato coming up. So what is next? All right. Back to this video right here. Type of incentives that they're throwing his way. But still, one thing remains is that he is becoming an exploited boxer in a very expensive way. And that's really the best way to put it.
Yo, I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna be.
Now, there is this term that we use in MMA called MMA math, right? I think boxing sort of fits in that same equation as well, where it goes. The fact that Bivol beat Canelo means that Canelo cannot beat Arthur Beterbiev, right? Well, guess what? His next matchup is going to be Arthur Beterbiev. Why? Because let's be honest about this, right? Going back to Turki Al-Sheikh, you guys understand that Turki Al-Sheikh has a biasness towards Muslim fighters. He also has a biasness towards black fighters. And for that reason alone, what I told you in the beginning of the video, well, I didn't tell you in the beginning of the video, I played you a video of him and Booker T talking about how there needs to be a black heavyweight champion, an American black heavyweight champion specifically. Now, why did he say that? He said that because during the times of the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, it was ruled by Muhammad Ali, Ken Norton, George Foreman, Frazier, Ali, Mike Tyson. The list goes on, right? But that also extends to other weight classes, and that is where Terrence Crawford came in, where he was favored by Turki Al-Sheikh over Canelo. So now you also got to understand about Turki Al-Sheikh, right? Because more than anything, more than the fact that this is a Canelo video, this is also a Turki Al-Sheikh video. And the reason for that is because he's a real boxing fan and he's the one that's financing all of these fights that are going on. So why is this significant? Him being a hardcore boxing fan, there's one thing that Turki Al-Sheikh understands. What he understands is good fights and fights that should have justice behind them. And I'm talking about justice in a way where there's a lot of fights out there where there were a lot of unanimous decisions that should have been unanimous decisions, split decisions that were controversial. And guess what? Canelo was in the forefront center of many of these fights. So there's a part of Turki Al-Sheikh that says, you know what? Let's see you go through a UFC boxing style gauntlet. What exactly do I mean by that? Well, look at the way that a lot of these legends lose in the world of UFC and MMA at the end of their career. What happens? Well, what happens is that they lose consecutively. Look at BJ Penn. Look at all the past fights with Tony Ferguson before he went into Misfits boxing. But that is how he ended his MMA career. And then he went into boxing, where you can live in a world where you can fight the likes of Salt Poppy and actually get a win. In this world of Turki Al-Sheikh and in this world of Turki Al-Sheikh's boxing, he doesn't want to give you easy fights. So there's no more UK bums for Canelo at this point, which means that Turki Al-Sheikh is absolutely orchestrating all of this. For what? To uplift black fighters and to uplift Muslim fighters, and in particular, Hamza Shiraz. Because guess what? When it's all said and done, and after Canelo gets beat by Arthur Beterbiev, because if that's the next fight, I'm going with Arthur Beterbiev on that one, and he's losing that one. And after that fight, guess who he's going to face after that? Hamza Shiraz. So that means that at the end of Canelo's career, 2 Muslim fighters are going to make a name out of him. That is, if Hamza Shiraz gets through him. And for sure, I know for sure that if his next fight is against Arthur Beterbiev, he's going to run through Canelo easily. Probably even worse than Crawford, if not a knockout. I wouldn't go that far, but maybe. But all right. On that note, that is all that I have for you on this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. All right. Here we go. All right. So, Fresh says they never worked a day in their lives, but demand pay higher taxes to support their next project, so they don't have to feel guilt coming from a rich family. Okay, so this is in reference to Greta Thunberg. Hate Love says that is impressive. I'll just be happy to see it. Yes. Okay. So Fresh says, with Greta, you get an army of angry white female freaks. Okay, Hate Love says she will come back as an eco-terrorist with pockets full of shekels. Okay, so that's in reference to Greta Thunberg in Israel. Fresh says, I don't know how to respond to that. At least we got Greta, the Echo Warrior. Says, Hate Love says, Kyrie, they are calling it the Houthi attack. They opened a new front against the IDF. People have woken up, and now the Middle East will unite against Israel. It's been decades in the making. Wow. Okay, so the Houthis from Yemen are the ones making that attack. Okay. Fresh says in the beginning of that, Greta Thunberg is on her way to Israel, so problem solved anytime now. All right, so now we got Navajo Stirling versus who's this guy that he's fighting? Versus Bellato. So here we go. All right, so a 205 fight right here. 2 prospects. Is it just me, or do most fighters almost look like they all have the same type of tattoos? Right? Like, look at that tattoo this dude has. Like, McGregor has that on his stomach. This dude has that on his chest. All right, from Auckland, New Zealand, more than likely an Izzy training partner. All right, here we go. Round number 1 between Stirling and Bellato. All right, there's a leg kick right there by Bellato. Swings and a miss. Hate Love says, yes, seeing the Samoan tattoos, they are sick, all the same but unique to themselves. Yeah. Yeah. He said biracial angel. All right, so here's some cage wrestling on the part of Stirling right now. Body lock position. Punching from the body lock position. Axe. All right, there's a leg kick right there by Bellato. Back in a body lock position right into the cage. Bellato looking for over-under hooks right here. And if you notice, Stirling has, oh, what is that? Looking a little bit of an oil check right there. Hey, regarding this, Hate Love, do you know Sonny Bill? He's an Australian former rugby player. I believe he's half Samoan, but he's a Muslim convert as well. So, oh, there's Bellato right there swinging wild. He says Kyrie is not afraid to fight anyone except for MMA guru. French, I'm going to get back to you on that one. Prove us wrong. Oh, wow. Bellato is getting battered right here. Whoa. Wild spinning back fist right there. Yeah, Hate Love says no. I haven't heard of him unless it's the guy with the tattoos who went to Mecca. Yeah, I think that's who it is. Rugby player, but I don't think he had tattoos all over his face. So I'm not sure, but I'll check it out, bro. He says, Hate Love says, Kyrie, when you fight MMA Guru, we need to make it fair so you can only use your left arm to fight him. Then it's a fair fight. I think it's a fair fight either way. I mean, MMA Guru is he's a pretty big fellow, but I've been in there in sparring rooms with big fellows as well, and I don't think that he would present anything new or anything. I mean, look, you guys have seen him hit pads, right? You've seen him train with some people. I mean, I don't think the guy even knows how to kick. There's no training footage of him kicking. It's just him doing some boxing. Like, imagine that, right? You live in England, the land of boxing. You get invited by South African MMA fighters, and the only thing you do down there is boxing. Now, how weird is that, right? Like, you didn't go down there to learn any wrestling, which is something that Drickus would be a great teacher at. You didn't go down there and learn any Muay Thai, which is something Cameron Simon would have taught him. He went down there to look good on the pads, with Cameron Simon holding pads for him. That's that's the MMA Guru, but that's what it is. MMA Guru is not a fighter, man. He knows that and he understands that. But he is a great streamer and and an inspiration to us all. So shout out to him regardless. All right, so we got Bellato on the bottom position right now with Stirling maintaining half guard position right on top, while Bellagio's maintaining wrist control position right now while he's trying to hip himself right out of that position. Now gets right into a full guard position. And Bellagio's trying to prevent him from posturing up in this position, because once he postures up from this full guard position, it is full reign on him to throw some ground and pound shots. All right, still maintaining top position right now at 150, 149. Hate Love says the rugby guy had a massive tattoo on his right or left arm. Some people made a big deal of it, but the tattoo was before he joined Islam. Yes, that's true, man. You got to understand, right? Obviously, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to do pilgrimage in Mecca that are going to sort of criticize him or judge him, right? Not really knowing that he wasn't, a Muslim before. But I tell you what, man, I see guys at the mosque all the time that have like tattoos and whatnot, and they look like they're Muslim converts fresh out of prison. So Fresh Melon Juice says a fool's guard position. What is a fool's guard position? Are you talking about the half guard or the full guard? What is the fool's guard position that you are referencing to? Because I will say this, right? In MMA, half guard positions are very important, more so than regular grappling competitions. Fresh Melon Juice says you have to invent it. Okay, well, when it comes to full guard, half guard, side control, you can't really invent the wheel on that unless, Eddie Bravo has done it. I'm sure there's more things to sort of innovate in jiu-jitsu, right? Jiu-jitsu is still ever evolving, right? So, all right, final round coming up right now. A fool's guard has to be a trick. Okay, got it. Maybe where, let's say you're in an up-down position, you know, when the person is on the ground and you're standing over them, right? Maybe like jumping into a half guard position, right? You can, I guess, call that a fool's guard, right? You know, getting to the half guard position while jumping from the up down position. I don't know, man. Yeah, you know, but the fool's guard has to be a trick. Okay. Uh, okay. You pretend you're going to stack guard. You're going to stack guard them, but instead of trying to stack guard them, instead you how do I say this? What do you do? You leg lock them instead of stack guarding them, right? If you can name it, it's not it. Okay, got it. Crute says, I completely agree. I prefer the half guard over mountain in a fight. Yeah, because you know what? They can still pull you off in a mount position, right? Whereas with a half guard, you can kind of sit there the whole entire fight and really maintain position if you hold them down enough and then just range shots from the bottom. Yeah, I know what you meant. It's like a fake out. Force your opponent to make certain mistakes while creating openings. Got it. Yep. All right, so some good trading shots between these two right now. Yeah, jiu-jitsu is different in a fight, though, because punches completely change everything. Yes. And Marty, this is the reason why half guards are very important in MMA, more so than in regular grappling. And by the way, guys, don't forget to check out my video regarding Turkey, El-Sheikh, and Canelo. Canelo, exploited Saudi domestic worker, 400 million in 3 fights. Turkey, pro-black and Muslim. That is the title of the video that I urge you guys to check out. Very interesting stuff that I think you guys would love to check out. Wow. So jiu-jitsu is different in a fight, though. Okay. Yeah, way easier to sweep from the mount position. Yes, that's one of the dangers of a mount position is being able to have somebody easily sweep you. Students wearing Charlie Kirk Freedom shirts totally taking over the student section at the Oregon State game tonight. Wow. How about that, man? I never, okay. I didn't know that, man. I didn't think college Wow, listen, that's kind of big, bro. If you think about it, look, Oregon is quite liberal. By the way, I believe one of my friends is at that game right now, Penn State, right? One of my Marine homies, TJ Peterson, he came in here a few times, gave me a shout out in the chats. But yeah, I think he's in that game tonight. He posted a video of that, a picture of that, by the way. So, ooh, that's a good shot right there by Stirling. Oh, there's some kick attempts right there. All right, well, that's the end of the fight between them right now. Let's see who wins this one. I would assume Stirling probably won this one right here. Yeah, I think Stirling probably won this one hands down. All right, let's find out who won this one. All right, so Stirling wins by decision. The volume, the wrestling, the full mount position that he had on top of him ultimately is what won him this fight. So there it is, man. Says main event up next. Main card, you mean? Main card up next. As long as Ulberg gets the KO, I'm good. Okay, meaning that you put bets on it. Okay. Oh, Stirling says he's not fully happy with this win. Drizzy says, meaning that all the other fights are trash but one. Huh? You think so? Let's take. Oh wow, he's calling out Evil Erslan. That's a good call out. So let's see. First fight: Tom Nolan versus Charlie Campbell. Jake Matthews versus Neil Magny. I kind of like that fight. And then Jack Jenkins versus Ramon Taveras. Jimmy Crute against Ivan Erslan. And Carlos Ulberg taking on Dominick Reyes. All right, man. All right. Well, we are on to the main cards right now. He says, I don't like any other fighter. Ulberg, my boy. Nah, Aussie trash, bro. They all suck. Oh, wow. What is this? Thomas Gerbazi. Okay, I'm assuming this is probably one of their staff members or something like that. So, yeah, man, rest in peace to him on that one. Wow, so he said that it feels like looking at myself in the mirror when I fight Carlos. So he says that he has to big brother him one time. Okay, real interesting take on that one. Yeah, I could see why this fight card is not getting the type of respect that it would deserve. I could see why. All right, so they're kind of showing the previews to the fights coming up right now. There's Carlos Ulberg with all his knockouts. Hate Love says, "I'm back. I got cut off." Oh, what do you mean you got cut off? Like something cut you off, or your connection got cut off? All right, man. Yeah, I'm really excited to see how Dominick Reyes gets on with this one. No lie, I'm going to be a little bit biased for Dominick Reyes on this one, right? Like, you know what? My heart and my mind say Dominick Reyes, but there's a part of me that's like saying, nah, it's Carlos Ulberg. And I think a lot of that is recency bias a little bit. Let me know if you guys are kind of getting that same vibe as well going into this fight. Hate Love says, I'm sorry, Fresh Melody says, Hate Love is at the pub screaming and drinking too much, so they cut him off. I don't know about that, man. I don't know if Hate Love is much of a drinker. There you go. He says, I don't drink, but that's funny. Hate Love says, it's a good video. I learned stuff I did not know. Gonna watch it again. I forgot what there were a few things I did not know on the vid. Check it out. It's worth it, and it's not that long. Yes. I try not to make the videos long because, you know, when you're a starting out YouTuber, you kind of want to make it a little bit shorter just so it's a little bit more what vid Fresh Melon Juice asks, adults collection of speaking and oh man, come on, no. He was referring to my Canelo video where he was signed with Turkey El Sheikh and where I basically called him, you know, a Saudi domestic worker. So a real expensive one at that. So yeah. Good video. You'll learn a few things. Fresh says, "Hey, that's private. I mean Kyrie's new vid." Yeah. Yeah, Fresh always got some dodgy things to say, man. Much love to you though, bro. Wow, they're playing STEM in the background, the metal song. If you guys remember the metal song that they had from STEM. All right, so Nolan and Campbell coming up next. All right. Well, what an interesting fight name, Dick Cannibal. Okay, let's see here. Bibi Yahoo, Israeli prime minister, is worse than the Austrian painter. Fun fact, they lied to us about the amount of certain people unalive. The truth is the public, but you all only want to see what you want. VPN shows. Oh, man. All right. Yeah. A little dodgy bit of a comment. But I agree. Oh, who's that? No, somebody just popped up out of nowhere, huh? All right, Nolan and Campbell coming up in the main card of the evening. We're already in the main card, man. 3 hours. So this is not usual, right? Usually by this point, yeah, it's It's like at least 4 hours. Okay. Oh, because they started at 4 p.m. West Coast time. That's why. Okay, that's the difference. Okay. All right. So approximately in 3 minutes from now, it's going to be Nolan versus Campbell coming up. All right, still on commercial break, waiting on the first fight of the main card. All right, man. 155 matchup coming up right now. It's afternoon time only in Australia right now. Introducing first. All right. I got cut off as in disconnect from the iNet, not the pub. Okay. Got it. Got it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It happens. It happens, man. All right. Here we go, guys. First fight of the main card. All right, round one. Okay, there's a high kick right there by Campbell. High kick right there by Campbell, by Nolan this time. The 6'3", 155er, very similar to Dan Hardy. I'm sorry, Dan Hooker. Dan Hooker. No. Oh, oh my goodness. Campbell knocked Nolan down, but then he says, hey, get right back up, man. Come on. Okay, there's a high kick right there by Campbell. Caleb says, Kyrie, what I was trying to say before was it's funny as a born Muslim, like the whole family is Muslim, they can do anything. But if it's a convert, we hold them to a double standard. So we all equal guilt. Yeah. You know what, man? You know what? Here's the thing, right? I think that most people who are born Muslim, they don't really necessarily get this same scrutiny because, whatever it is that they were into before, it's just not a surprise, right? Like if you meet a Muslim who is a drug dealer or is a gangster or whatever, and he's always been like that, it's not really a surprise to you, but he's Muslim, but you kind of know that he's sort of in the edge of his practice. So you don't really hold him to that same standards. Whereas with a convert, it's more like, well, okay, you weren't born into this. So it's almost like this, nepotism or anti-nepotism sort of, hierarchy that people have going on. You know what I mean? Oh, there's Nolan right there. Hits Campbell, puts him on his knees right there with that shot. Oh, wow. All right. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. He tapped him. He tapped him. No. Tom Nolan with a tap out win, man. Shout out to Tom Nolan on that one. Wow. Wow, man. Tom Nolan with a rear naked choke, bro. This could be the first submission of the night, I believe, right? Look at this, the spinning back kick. This is how we got here. He got the spinning back kick right there. Campbell was doing really good in this one, right? Yeah, that absolutely affected him from that body kick. And then gets the body lock, gets him down, gets the back, and then gets the rear naked choke. And that was all she wrote from there, man. Man, awesome job by Tom Nolan. All right. Well, in between the commercials, I'm going to show you my reaction to Psycho Stu finally getting arrested. Here we go. By the way, another big story that I did here on one of my live streams here. So,
California voters stopped rigged elections with an independent commission led by citizens. Prop 50 cancels this historic reform, once again letting politicians rig their own elections.
Keep California a leader for reform. Vote no on 50.
Officially arrested by the LAPD, and we're going to talk about how Psycho Stu snitched on him. Is that true? We're going to find out. So here's a couple of things that you guys need to understand about this particular story at hand, right? So obviously, Psycho Stu is the victim here, was unconscious for a whole entire month. And by the way, this whole entire story was hot for the entire month. That was until the Charlie Kirk situation. Only a month ago, and this is what we got. Gentlemen, we are going to talk about some real interesting topics because, let's be honest, there is only one interesting topic that is going on in the world of mixed martial arts right now. Not only in the world of mixed martial arts, also in the world of professional wrestling, but not only in the world of professional wrestling, also just basically mainstream news, period. That is what is going on right now. This is mainstream news around the world. And it seems that everybody is searching for justice, right? Because it was horrible to see. Let's be honest about this. Whether you are a supporter of Rampage Jackson, Raja Jackson, or if you have a dog in a fight in terms of racial implications, because that's another thing that is being brought upon this, is a bunch of racial implications that has nothing to do with one or the other, but they're going to use it anyway. But as a result of that, this is what you have. You have a situation where you have a son of a famous MMA legend, and the world is angry at him because they are seeking retribution and justice for something that was done wrong to a person. And look, many people are wondering what took so long to get this arrest. And once again, there's a multitude of reasons. Number one, the LAPD, they have to get witnesses together. They have to make sure that all the stories corroborate. There was an extensive investigative process that they had to go through. But guess what? This was in a news cycle for a whole entire weeks and weeks on out until this happened 1 month ago.
Social media, as I'm sure yours has been dominated with videos of people weighing in and sharing their feelings, their opinions about Charlie Kirk. And it has been a wide range, I tell you, of opinions, varying from people defending Charlie Kirk's image, defending every single thing that he said, to people downright celebrating his death and calling him a racist. So I figured I'd do a video on it. If you clicked on this video hoping that I would play all of these clips of isolated sound bites of what Charlie Kirk had said, giving evidence that he was a racist, then you'll probably be sadly disappointed.
So 1 month later, here we are, back at it again, where he is back in the news cycle, but this time actually getting arrested, which, by the way, is what many people wished for, which once again had a lot of racial implications behind it. Now, look, let's get real, okay? Stu nor Roger Jackson are racist. We all understand that, right? There's no racism in their bone, in their body, or anything like that. That also goes for Charlie Kirk as well, right? Although one can argue, some can say otherwise, some will defend, some will offend, some will do something in between and be a centrist. All of that, right? But the fact remains is a couple of things. Roger Jackson is now finally getting arrested, and we don't know what's going to happen out of this. Psycho Stu is in a very bad state right now. Now, was it him that snitched on Roger Jackson? We don't know. But rest assured, Psycho Stu is barely talking right now, right? Barely coherent. Barely has his head there. But who knows where this is going to go. We have some breaking news right here. A little bit of some breaking news. Okay, so Roger Jackson has finally been arrested. But if you look up and down, right, there's bailed out. There's a whole bunch of these stories of him being bailed out after getting arrested. There's Doug Mallow right there, the Scaling Up podcast. Shout out to them. They do some very interesting content by the way, in which they go after predators, right? Very similar to Chris Hansen, something that Vitaly did, something that a whole bunch of these other YouTubers have done, right? So, all right, arrested and now out on bail as a result of that. And it's all right here, right? I believe there is exclusive footage of Roger Jackson getting arrested. Let's get to that right now. Let's get to that footage of Roger Jackson getting arrested. Let's see how this. All right, so here we are, what I believe to be the apartment of Roger Jackson, being escorted by the police. All right, so there it is, right there. He's got his jacket on him. And that is that right there. Check out this part. Check out this part right here where he notices someone is recording him. Now, if there's one thing I can say about Los Angeles, it is far removed from the days of Notorious B.I.G. being slain. If you remember when Notorious B.I.G. got hit up in 1997 in L.A., there was literally no footage of that crime happening at all. So they didn't know who was what, who did what, and who was where when this happened or that happened. They couldn't corroborate anything. They couldn't put any pieces together. Well, now we live in a world where England is not the only country anymore that has all these CCTVs, okay, surrounding their city, right? It is now LA, it is now New York, it is now everywhere else where all of these footages can be seen, right? You walk down the street, people see it. There's Ring cameras all over the place, as you've seen with the Charlie Kirk shooter and all of those things happening. Yeah, man, these are the realities of the world that we live in today. So you can't just get away with crimes the way that you used to back in the days. And unfortunately, this is a reality of Roger Jackson right now. It was all on video, but it took them a while to arrest him, and they just wanted to make sure that their ducks were in a row. So let's see what happens from here on. Reporting from sunny California, I'm out.
Imagine being able to build.
All right, Hate says this is new to me. Yeah, probably not big news in the UK, unless, of course, you are, an avid fan of mixed martial arts. That's usually the case here. So, yeah, I'm surprised you just heard about it, or maybe you've just been busy or been under a rock. But, yeah. Conor McGregor, the fake Conor McGregor, says, did the Jews do it? And it looks like a reference to an airplane, a building, and fire. So I'm assuming that is a 9/11 reference. Yeah. You know what? A lot of people say that, Connor, but I don't know how true that is, right? And to what extent did he do it? Like, what do people mean when they say that it was them that did it? Was it them that did it in a way where they knew that it was going to happen because they knew that these Al-Qaeda terrorists were going to plot on something and they decided not to do anything about it? But, who knows, man? But I tell you what, we got some exciting matchups coming up right now. We got Jake Matthews, okay, one of my favorite Aussie fighters, by the way. A Muslim convert, by the way. So very interesting. We had a conversation about Muslim converts earlier because Jake Matthews is actually a Muslim convert. So this is going to be quite an interesting fight right here. All right, man. Jake Matthews coming up right now. He says, no, it's confusing because I thought you were playing new as Roger was arrested and bails like a week ago or longer. Yeah, you know what? He did bail out, yes. And I do talk about that in there as well. I do talk about that video as well in there where he did get bailed out. So, yes, that is a fact. Neil the Haitian sensation Magny. What an interesting name. I didn't know he was Haitian, by the way, but I guess it's in the nickname, so. Says, okay, back on track now. I thought you'd been on track. I guess something happened, or you might have, you might have lost connection again, I'm assuming. Who hasn't Neil Magny fought, by the way? Right? I feel like Neil Magny has fought literally almost anyone. One and everyone. Jake Matthews has been a bit of a veteran himself over the years. Wow, already 3 fights in 2025 for Jake Matthews. But yeah, hey, if you didn't know, yeah, Jake Matthews is he's a Muslim convert. He's recently converted, so yeah. Oh yeah, man. Ultimate Fighter. All right, so probably one of the most important fights of the night. All right, Neil Magny being announced. Yeah, no, that's not it. Hey, love, I just think it's me kind of throwing dead air in there. It's not, yeah, I don't think it's you. Just been having a little bit of dead air there. But Daniel Hamid, man, shout out to you, my man. He says, yes, mate. Are you watching the UFC fights as well, my man? Or are you just tapping in? Either way, welcome, my man. So all right, here we go. round number 1 between Jake Matthews and Neil Magny. All right, so as Jake Matthews moves on forward right here towards Neil Magny, there's Neil Magny with a double jab. Oh man, those are some hard shots right there by Jake Matthews. Now he's got a body lock on Neil Magny right now, right against the cage. Okay, so Daniel Hamid says, I'm no longer a white-collar boxer. I'm turning over to the amateur route. Amateur boxing is more realistic. Okay, and give me some insights on that, Daniel. Let me know what you mean by realistic with amateur boxing. That's an interesting take that you say that, considering the fact that amateur boxing, at least from what a lot of pro boxers have told me, it's a little bit more point style, right? Although, you know what? I think that would probably fit well with your style, thinking about it, right? You're very jab heavy. You're quite good at your jab, right? It's one of your best punches. And I think that can really take you far in the amateur boxing route for sure. So, but yeah, let me know what you mean by how you feel that it is more realistic in comparison to white collar boxing, because I'm under the impression that maybe white collar boxing is the closest thing to the pro style, because there's obviously more devastating knockouts involved. You obviously fight with no headgear in white collar boxing, so that seems like it's more realistic in that sense. But yeah, man, let me know. Give me some insights on that. Hate Love says this is interesting. What's interesting? The conversation that me and Hamid are having about white collar and amateur boxing, or the jab that Neil Magny is actually hitting on Jake Matthews right now as we are watching this live from Australia. So Daniel Hamid says it's something to look back at. It goes on your record. White collar boxing is just charity. Oh, okay. So white collar is not something that is on record, right? So it's sort of very similar to exhibition in the way that you're putting it, right? Is that what you mean? Let me know. Misfits is okay. Okay. Now Misfits is not exactly known as is that classified as white collar? Kind of like YouTube boxing, Hate Love says. White collar boxing is kind of like YouTube boxing. Nah. Like, well, what define YouTube boxing, right? Because obviously, look, Charleston White and what's that homie's name? The Island Boy, right? The Island Boy rapper, and he's not a rapper, but he's that guy that made the song with his twin, the Island Boy. I'm an Island Boy, that one. Yeah, he had a boxing match with Charleston White, and I'm assuming that's yeah, red. Red? I don't understand what you mean by red. Oh, wow. Jake Matthews has his guillotine choke on Neil Magny right now. Now he's on top mount position right now. All right, he's got it in tight right now, but he's got 4 seconds left in the first round. Oh, wow, he's out. Oh, what? Hold up. Okay, we got a controversy going on right now. The fight's still on. Okay. The fight's still on. He said the round is over, the fight's still on. Okay, so that clarified it. So no, there was no tap right there. There was no tap going on in that one. All right, man. Well, hey, Daniel, man, best of luck to you in the amateur ranks. I think you'll do really well in the amateur ranks, my man. So, of course, keep me updated. I'm always following your career, and yeah, man, best of luck to you, brother. You know what I'm saying? You know that I'm always here to, support what you got going on, no matter what it is. Hate Love says no, not that low. I was thinking of KSI. Yuri, Paul, LOL, and Reddit, part of the inland guy's name. Oh, okay, Red, okay, okay, got it, okay. Oh yeah, that's an interesting point right there, right? So as Jake Matthews thought that this fight was over because he thought he had that guillotine choke, he's probably feeling a little bit of an adrenaline dump right now because he thought the fight was over, but he has to get in there and and fight it out again. He says, YH, what does YH mean? If you do white collar boxing, you can't classify yourself as a boxer as if it doesn't go on your record. And once you are old, you will have no official evidence to prove that you've boxed. Thanks, my brother. Oh, okay. So they don't count it? That's interesting. You know what? Daniel, are you familiar with a guy named Tommy Jacobs? Right? He's he's a boxer in your part, right? He's from Essex, right? So he's had pro fights after he got out of prison. By the way, the guy was a former GB captain. He was a former captain of the GB team. So okay. I'm gonna get to your question in a second, there, Hamid, because yes, that's interesting right there. Hold. Okay, here's Neil Magny shooting in for a takedown. Now here's Jake Matthews going for a guillotine, but okay, he gets the back instead. Okay, so okay, yes. Oh yeah. Okay, so it's yeah. Okay, got it. Okay, so Hate Love says it's yeah. Okay, Daniel says, what did Zain Musa say once you told him I never had an issue with Hamza Shiraz because of Amir Khan? He says, you know what? He accepts your apology, but he says that the person you actually have to apologize to is Hamza Shiraz himself. You know what I mean? So he's basically saying that you should, apologize to Hamza Shiraz himself. But you know how it is. I'm sure Hamza Shiraz doesn't care. I'm sure he's on cloud nine still from the Berlanga win, and he's got bigger fish to fry. But yeah, that's basically what Zain said. But oh wow, here's Jake Matthews with a triangle choke right now in a mount position. A triangle choke in a mount position, very similar to what Damian Maia did to Ed Herman, if you guys remember. Look at this. He's got it in locked right now. That is a tight mount triangle choke, okay? That is very difficult right there. Hate Love says, yes, Kyrie, answer Hamid's question. Yes, gotcha, brother. I just answered that one. Meanwhile, we got Jake Matthews with a triangle choke on top position right now. This is crazy. Yeah, Jake Matthews is really making a lot of good decisions right now. Ask him to send Hamza Shiraz's number. I will, inshallah. Got it. Got you, my man. Got you. Well, we will definitely discuss more of that in private. I'm sure there's more things you don't want to kind of leak out in private there. But yeah, man, yeah, we'll definitely chat it up offline, my man. So, and here's Jake Matthews right now in half guard position. All right, so he's maintaining this half guard position right now. Man, listen, shout outs to Magny for being able to escape that one. Hey Love says, has he got the legs controlling the pressure, or is it still not in fully locked? He's in half guard position right now, right? Which is what me and Marty were talking about earlier. We were saying how it is very important to maintain a half guard position on top in MMA, more so in regular grappling sports, right? Because obviously in regular grappling sports, there's no punches involved. But once you're in a half guard position, the way that Jake Matthews is right now, he could posture up and rain punches, but it looks like he's trying to transition into a full mount, but get stuck into the half guard position as once again. All right, man. That is round number 3 coming up next. All right, man. Round 3 coming up next, man. Third and final round. And then we got the third to the last fight, which is Jenkins versus Ramon Taveras. And then we got Jimmy Crute versus Ivan Erslan coming up next. Yeah, Jimmy Crute fight is a good one too, right? I mean, that's honestly, that could be as equally good as the main event. Oh, I want to watch the match now. I'll watch it later. Which one are you talking about? I want to. Yeah, it's all coming up next. After this one, third round. Oh yeah, Oliveira and Gamrot are fighting on October 11th. Okay, so that's the same day as Marty Miller's homie is fighting. So. Wow. So officially, yes, James Zagal has had his BKFC fight tonight. I got to go see that one, see how he did on that one right there. He said, "My bad. I meant I was going to watch I wanted to watch the card, but I slept on this card and I was wrong." Okay, got it. All right, here we go. Now it is Neil Magny that has the top position on Jake Matthews right now. Oh wow! Here's Neil Magny going for a choke here with 2 minutes left. Oh wow! Magny actually does it. Wow, he tapped him. I can't believe it. Wow, he tapped him. Wow, man, that absolutely came out of nowhere, bro. That absolutely came out of nowhere. He's no tap, haha. I don't know why it's funny, but it is. Okay, chokes. Choke 2 minutes. Yo, wait, say that again. It went quiet when you said wow. Yeah, no, I said that. Yeah, Neil Magny, got the submission out of nowhere. And actually, early in the fight, it was Jake Matthews that everybody thought had won that fight. I told you, man. Look, there's a little bit of some adrenaline dump that had happened there, but man, shout outs to that, man. Wow, good fight, man. Listen, the crowd was probably not feeling that because obviously Jake was the local guy, but by the end of the day, it is what it is, man. Just getting closer to the main event. Look, sometimes when you got a main event that is that is just really, I don't know, how do I say this, lackluster, or in a main event that doesn't seem like it has really a lot of stakes into it, it doesn't feel compelling to wanting to stay all the way till the end to watch it, right? But with Reyes and Ulberg, man, there's just so much on the line with this one. You kind of want to stick around to see how this one's going to go. I hate Love says, yeah, but it makes the main event that extra push. Yeah, for sure. For sure it does. Yup. All right, man. Big ups to Neil Magny for that one. Yeah, man, a round 3 turnaround for Neil Magny. Second most wins in UFC history, 24. And 27 for Jim Miller. Wow. Most finishes in welterweight history. Matt Hughes is quite up there. That's crazy. Now, this right here, even though this is probably like the second submission of the night, I would probably give this one fight of the night right here. Hey Love says, I want Reyes for the win, but Ulberg probably takes the win. You know what, man? Listen, this is what I said earlier, right? In regards to that. Hey, so check this out, right? Part of my brain is telling me that it's going to be Dominick Reyes, right? But my heart is also going with Dominick Reyes. Now, the important part of that conversation is, why is it that I'm saying that my brain says Dominick Reyes? Well, it's because when he's at his best, we see what he can do, and that is the guy that I think is going to show up tonight. And if that guy shows up tonight, boy, let me tell you, Carlos is not going to have the experience that he does to deal with what Reyes is going to offer there tonight. That's what I think. Right? I know the prevailing thought right now is that it is Carlos Ulberg with the brain, and it is Dominick Reyes with the heart. And why do I say with the heart? Well, because think of it like this, right? We all want Dominick Reyes to win. I mean, think about the tumultuous situation he's gone through, right? Those losses that he's gone through. And then, you know, the current win streak that he developed right after that. Starting from the Jacoby win. You want to go back in time with that one? Let me show you guys me reacting to Dominick Reyes. He looks like a Carlos, and Carlos doesn't even look like a Carlos at all, because in the part of the world where he's at, there's not many people named Carlos. But anyways, let's go back to the time of when Dominick Reyes started off his win streak. I'll take you guys back in time.
Women riders can now request women drivers with women preferences. Uber.
When your teen's college dreams are on the line, you need a guide on the inside. Visit KaplanCollegePrep.com.
And just like that, we just witnessed Dominick Reyes finally get a victory over Dustin Jacoby. A long time coming, I got to be honest with you. We've known or thought that John Jones was defeated by Dominick Reyes, probably one of the hardest fights of his career. Afterwards, Dominick Reyes went on to lose to a whole bunch of contenders and future champions, and as a result, never got the full credit that he truly deserved. So as a result, here he is tonight, finally getting sort of a redemption in his career. Obviously, we've known that Dominick Reyes is capable of a lot more. However, the losing streak that he had going on, I think, was really detrimental to his career. But tonight, he finally proved that, you know what? I can go out there and show the world what I'm really made of. Not by fluke mistakes, not by the judges' scorecards, and not necessarily anything that has anything to do with anything that was outside of his control, but rather showing that he was in full control and in full swing of things with the first round TKO victory that he has over Dustin Jacoby, as I'm witnessing it right now, while he is right now being interviewed by Paul Felder as we speak. So here's something that I think is positive to say about the future of Dominick Reyes' career. We're finally going to see his true full potential. But not only that, I think we also have to understand that when it comes to this game, there are mountains and valleys and peaks. In other words, you have the highest high and the lowest lows when it comes to wins and losses. You also have a lot of 50-50 matchups where in MMA, everything is a total 50-50 coin toss. And many of those coin tosses that he's experienced, unfortunately, was not in his favor. Tonight, it was in his favor, and I got to be honest with you, I'm really excited to see Dominick Reyes in the future and what he can do, and what are some of the future matchups that are going to be in his particular path. But either way, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen with Dominick Reyes in the near future, and we will go from here, inshallah. And back to the future we go. And back to the future we go. All right. Yes. Oh, I remember his first win streak. I had forgotten, but it's a good reminder. Yes. Magny, glad that N-word got the W. I thought he was a sacrifice in Perth. I mean, yup. So kind of gives you a bit of a good sign for the Americans tonight, right? Ulberg is my bro. He's going to sleep, Reyes. You know what? In light of the fact that they have a White House card going on, right? So you know that everybody is saying that there's not really a lot of American stars going on right now. I know that there's people in the UFC recruiting staff, and I've heard from good faith from people that are in that scene that are actively recruiting American fighters, or at least trying to uplift them. Now, it made me wonder, why is it that they made this Perth card so big? Now, obviously, they had to make it big because it is part of the tourism of Australia, right? It's their way of sort of promoting their tourism in a way, right? Well, okay, but at the same time, I think they also want to promote Dominick Reyes, because if he wins this one, guess what? He's in the trajectory of the White House card. Reyes is trash. This is a big step up from the last 3 dudes he's faced. You need to realize that, bro. Okay, we shall see. We shall see. You know what? This is what makes this this interesting. Hey, Drizzy, sorry, but I'm rooting for Reyes. I want him to win, but your boy is a tough fight. Yes. Ulberg stops him. I'm telling you. Hate Love says we will find out soon. Hate Love, let's bet. Oh, okay. Jokes, LOL. It's a good fight. Yes. All right, so we got Jenkins and Taveras coming up next right now. He says, I don't gamble religion, but it's still Reyes. Okay. He says, same brother, assalamu alaikum, wa alaikum salam rahmatullah to you on that one. He says, Ink is going to KO Poatan next week. I cannot wait. I remember, Drizzy, we good. You know what? Last time, right? So they had the UFC 185 undisputed with Drickus and Kamzat, right? A week before that, it was Anthony Hernandez and D. Ritter, or at least it was supposed to be Anthony Hernandez and D. Ritter, but yeah. He says, Kazoon tight. Marab says, Marab's going to control and do whatever he wants to Corey. I say he subs Corey. Dang. Okay, that's quite a bold prediction on your part right there. You really believe that he's going to submit Corey? I don't know, man. Corey is no joke at 135, man. I think he's one of the best 135ers in the world. Look, here's the thing, right? And this is going to be a bit biased on my part, but I honestly think that TJ Dillashaw is the greatest 135 fighter of all time, right? And you've seen how Dominick, you've seen how he fought against Sandhagen. You've seen how Sandhagen gave him a good account in that fight. Let's see. O'Malley is better than Corey. You think so? That would be an interesting fight down the line, right? If Corey was to lose next week. Drizzy says, I would not be surprised if Marab subs her like Khabib did Khabib in It's My Dreams. Okay. That's a terrible take by you. Yeah, well, you know what? Understand this, right? Listen, there's some things you're going to be biased about, right? I know a lot of people are not going to think that TJ Dillashaw is the best 135er of all time, but man, listen, if you've seen what he did to Kenan Barrow back in the days, I think you could kind of understand why I'm saying that, but yeah. Stirling ragdolled TJ, so did Henry Cejudo. Yes, but in the context that TJ Dillashaw had to cut a lot of weight, and yeah, there were other things that were involved in that too. TJ was a steroid cheat. Yeah. I mean, yeah, yeah. What can you do, right? You know, you can't deny that. All right, so who you guys got for the Jenkins and Taveras fight? I think I may have to go with Taveras on this one. He says, LOL, I'm trying to write Marab taps Corey like Khabib tapped Connor. Okay, got it. It's 4 a.m. I am tired. Okay, so it is 4 a.m. where you're at in the UK right now. Okay, good to know. Hey, by the way, Hate Love, speaking of the UK, did you see any Netflix show called Depth Q? It's a Scottish show taking place in Edinburgh in Scotland. It's a detective show pretty much. It's pretty interesting. So any of you guys looking for Netflix recommendations, go check that out afterwards, huh? All right, so here we go. 4 hours and 3 minutes into this live stream. Jack Jenkins versus Taveras going on right now. All right, one fight before the co-main event. All right, so there we go, man. Mark Goddard, refereeing all the way down in Australia. Fresh says, I was in the UK 10 years ago, and I thought the country was lost back then. I could only imagine what it looks like today. You know what? A bit of an over-exaggeration. You got to give me context on what you mean by when you say that the country has been lost, right? Like, in what way has it been lost? Are you speaking on cultural matters, cultural norms that used to not be there, cultural landmarks? I was going to say landmines. What was my brain thinking there? But yeah, let me know what context you mean by that. All right, so round number 1, 420, 419, 418, 417. Jack Jenkins versus Taveras. Taveras in the red, Jenkins in the black, and Taveras in the half black, half blonde streaks in his hair. And Jack Jenkins with the 1980s Tom Selleck mustache. All right, so circling around right now. Yeah, Fresh, let me know what you meant by what was different. Okay, so Fresh says, when you travel to London or Paris, it doesn't look like in the movies from the 80s. Huh, okay. You know what, man? Fresh, I got to tell you, LA is sort of very similar to that, right? Like, what you saw in 1980s movies in LA, it's not what you see in real life. And maybe that's just indicative of the reality that it's always been. But who knows? Oh, okay, there's a bit of a low blow right there. Oh, wow. Okay, some wild exchanges going on here. Fresh says Miami hasn't been America in our lifetime. Well, I mean, was it ever really America to begin with, honestly? Okay, there's an inside low kick right there by Jenkins. Oh, there's a nice kick right there by Jenkins. Love says, "Fresh. I don't know any city with a good government." Oh, okay, you got a little bit of a typo here. Fresh. I don't know city good, government bad. America are illegals. They stole the land from the natives. Okay, that's an interesting take. Okay, there's a high kick right there by Jenkins. All right, there's a jab right there by Jenkins. Oh, I'm sorry, by Taveras. Now Taveras firing off with some combos. Takedown attempt, end of the first round. Says, sorry, autocorrect is retarded. I'm going to go back to English UK. Melon says, the natives came after just like the so-called Palestinians. Oh, wow. Okay. It's common knowledge. Well, highly contested account of events, I must say. Oh, there's a good head kick right there that connected on the head of Taveras. Oh, there's a nice overhand right by Jenkins. Okay, there's another inside leg kick right there by Jenkins. Now just circling around each other. Whoa, okay, he goes, shoots in for a takedown right here. Yeah, so Hate says with the counter to that, it's common knowledge that natives were there first. So interesting conversation and debate going on in the chats right now. Oh, hold on now. We got a bit of a low blow right here. What's going on here? Taveras with a low blow. Are they going to deduct points for this one? Okay, there's a knee right there, right in between. Ooh, that's a bad one. I wonder if Mark Goddard's going to take a point away. Low blow. All right. Oh, okay, a little bit of a slip there by Jenkins. All right. Perry in the shots right there. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Jenkins. There's a takedown attempt by Taveras as Jenkins is trying to. Where Jenkins was giving him the leg kick right there. Front kick by Jenkins. There's a high kick right there. Blocks it. Oh, nice. Nice off balance from Jenkins right there. The way that he tried to off balance him with a bit of that judo trip. So Jenkins trying to take him down. Taveras with good takedown defense. 23 significant strikes for Jenkins, 24 Taveras in this second round. It's anyone's round right now. All right, so here's Good knees in the clinch exchange right there. Oh, good head kick. Oh, wow. Good trip, and it leads to a takedown with Jenkins looking like he's in a half guard, but in a side control at the same time, just right underneath his thighs on that one. All right, now that is the end of the second round. If that round was a bit longer, what if? If that round is a bit longer, what is that in reference to? Are you saying that there was any possible finishes that could have happened there? Elaborate on that for me, if you will. All right, so here we go. Round number 3. Jenkins shoots in, very Marab-like. It says, yes, it sounds like it just as you said in the end of the round. But then again, I'm only thinking as Kay can't see. Oh, okay. You're listening to the commentary of what I'm saying and not necessarily watching it. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Drizzy Goat says Polish Power KOs Reyes and Ulberg beats John. And yet, he beat John. How do you pick Reyes here? LOL, just saying. I think the footwork that Reyes has going on, it might be too much for Ulberg. And that's what I'm sort of predicting here is there's going to be a footwork differential in the part of Reyes in comparison to Ulberg. Now, look, I know Ulberg trains with Israel Adesanya, and he's used to seeing very elusive guys like that. But it's going to be very different when you're sparring your own friend versus fighting somebody that's very complicated to fight in there in the likes of Dominick Reyes. So, Fresh Melendrew says, the victors write history. Why do you think there are so many Muslims? They are conquered people who have submitted to stay alive Christians. Now, I don't know about all that, man. Listen, there have been a lot of territories around the world that, well, I'm not going to get into it, but you know that's a bit of a skewed take right there, Fresh. To be honest with you, Fresh says that's why they're assassinated as we speak. They're being assassinated as we speak in Africa. Drizzy Goat says Ulberg doesn't like Israel. He told me. Is that right? Is that right? LOL. Let's see. Israel Adesanya. Oh, okay. When you said Israel, you meant Israel Adesanya, not the actual country. That's interesting. So they're in the same team, but they don't like each other. How does that work out? But I guess it's just business as usual for them, right? Like they're going to back each other when they need to, but it doesn't mean that they're like close like that. I get it. All right, yeah. So he's stuck in close guard right now. Cat fight in the gym. Fresh Melon Juice says, "Yeah, right. You know, just a bit catty with each other, catty or what? Yeah, catty. That's weird because they're both GAY, right? Well, how you figure they are? I mean, you know what? Izzy is a bit of he's a bit fruity. I'll admit that, right? Izzy is a bit fruity, but you know, Ulberg, I don't know. He seems like a normal guy, right? He seems normal, so. Oh wow, he kind of pushes him off him like that. All right, in referee's position. Fresh Millings says a normal guy. Yeah, normal guy. You know, like meaning he's not, you know, all that. But all right, man, that is the end of the round. I'm going to give that fight to Jenkins. I think Jenkins won this one right here. The sheer aggressiveness that he put on this fight is, you know, is absolutely amazing. Well, all right, man, we get to see who wins this one. Yeah, man, we got the co-main event coming up and then the main event of the evening. What do you guys reckon? Do you think that this fight is going to go the distance or finish early, right? Considering that Carlos Ulberg hits pretty hard. Dominick Reyes hits pretty hard too, but he can hit you with counter shots. That's something to always look out for. That's something that's always concerning, right? So Jimmy by KO, Drizzy Goat says, okay, so that's in the next upcoming fight. And then Ulberg by KO in round one. Wow, man, you really got belief in Carlos Ulberg in this one. All right, look at this, man, promoting a bit of some slap fighting here. All right, well, with that, after 3 rounds, Jack Jenkins is the winner of this fight. He is the winner of this fight. Let's hear what he has to say in this one. All right, man. He says that he was not willing to quit in this one. He had a team behind him that was supporting him all the way, and he said that he was not going to quit with the encouragement of his team. There's some hooks right there. There's a boom, nice head kick right up top. Good counters too. Dude, did you see old Big Ink Punk Poeton in his face? LOL, he's already winning the mind games. Yeah, man. You know what? Yeah, I may do either a live stream or a video on that one. Maybe a live stream. Wow, cartilage damage in his neck. Wow. And he was close to not being able to speak again. That's crazy, man. Ref says, is Detroit pizza better than normal pizza? That's a good question. Is Detroit pizza better than normal pizza? You know what? I'll say yeah. I think so. I think it's pretty good. But I don't know, man. You know what, man? I grew up in the New Jersey tri-state area, and they had all types of pizza places here. Man, listen, and dang near every Italian I knew owned a pizza place, right? It was like the thing to do, right? Like if you opened up a pizza place, for sure you were going to get good business, especially in New Jersey. All right, man. Next up, Ivan Erslan from Croatia versus Jimmy Crute. Pizza Hut, best pizza in the world, according to Drizzy Goat. You know what? I've heard that from people before, right? They've said that before. Are you eating pizza right now while these fights are going on? Is that what got you into the pizza mode right now? With cheese crust on the edges, Fresh says. Drizzy Goat says, give me big Jimmy Crute by KO round 1. Okay, so you got Jimmy Crute up next by KO in the first round. I could see that. You know what? I could absolutely see him knocking out Ivan Erslan in the first round on this one. Said for a long time we had to make this fight happen. Drizzy Goat says, pizza tonight, brother. For me, no pork, of course. LOL, I do miss the pepperoni. Miss the pepperoni. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that you used to eat pepperoni, or how? Let me know what the context is behind that. Drew says, Drizzy has a clear betting pattern. A clear betting pattern. And what exactly is that? What did you see in his betting pattern that you have noticed? Says, I'm Muslim now, so no pork, no pepperoni. Oh, okay. So you're a convert, is what you're saying. It's overrated, man. It's not. I mean, look, it's not good for you either way. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Okay, Fresh Melon Juice says KO round 1 every fight. Oh, okay. So you're saying that he constantly calls for first round knockouts. Yeah. I mean, imagine if Drizzy was around back then during the McGregor and the Aldo fight, right? Now that's, yeah. Okay, so Drizzy says, I'm a convert, bro. Yeah, pork is trash. Okay, that's interesting, man. What is your background before that? What was your background before that, and and what you and what you did? Drizzy Goat says, of course, no mucking around with me. Get in and get out. Yeah, Drizzy, you're a convert, so you can't read. I don't understand what you mean by that in context. Look at this on the preview of Poatan and Uncle Liev, he's saying that, oh, well, Uncle Liev couldn't even hurt me before or this, that, and the other. I mean, that's wow. I mean, yeah, he didn't need to hurt you. I mean, it's fighting at a high level, so he doesn't necessarily need to hurt you. He just needs to do enough to, yeah. Oh, yeah, they were text translating each other as they were talking smack. That's kind of hilarious because they don't understand each other. Drizzy says, I read the Quran and decide to revert to Islam, but I still don't do 5 prayers a day. F that. LOL, that's another level. Got it. Okay. Well, I tell you what, there's a reason for it. It keeps you on the on the straight path and narrow, all day long. So, it is a reason why it's an important pillar. But yeah. All right, so co-main event of the evening right now. Oh, Drizzy says, I stay in New Zealand right now. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. You're in New Zealand. Okay. I want to go live in Dubai, bro, a Muslim country. Inshallah, this can happen. Inshallah, man. I hope that for you. Go out and live in the desert. Yes. Fresh says, why you can't follow the rules now? Oh, okay. So he's a bit of challenging you here in the chat. Asking you why I guess you can't do all that. No taxes. Okay. Get the blue belt first, he says. All right. So we got Ivan Erslan walking out right now. Drizzy Goat says, I'm a black belt, brother. Purple tip. Huh. Okay. Interesting. All right. Ivan Erslan from the nation of Croatia, the same nation of Mirko Krokop. Now, fun fact about Mirko Krokop, right? His last name is not Krokop, right? Krokop is short for Croatian cop. He was like, I believe, a SWAT special forces unit member in Croatia. An anti-terrorism force. So yeah. Fresh says no taxes in Dubai and free money in the Western countries, but it's all about Allah. LOL. Well, what do you mean by that? Explain the context of what you mean by that. All right, now we got Jimmy Crute, yeah, coming out. And this bloody Bogan's about to fight this Croatian. Jimmy the bloody Bogan Crute. And you know what a bogan is, right, Drizzy Goat? I know that's a slang from your part of the world. You guys know what that means. By the way, what is your ethnic background, Drizzy Goat, right? Being that you live in New Zealand. Fresh says, I'm a coral belt in BJJ. Ah, okay. In martial arts, the kata. Oh, okay, got it. Okay, you meant in Taekwondo. Got it. Okay. All right, man. Jimmy Crute and Ivan Erslan being introduced right now. Co-main event of the evening. Joe Martinez, the former voice of WEC. So when you heard Joe Martinez's voice back in the days, you know that it was a WEC fight. They had those big old blue gloves they had back in the days for WEC. All right, Jimmy. All right, Shaw, round one. Is it true Russian MMA commentator is working today? Oh man, you're trying to bait me into Russian newsman voice. Yes, so it is round one, comrade. We are watching Jimmy Crute versus Ivan Erslan. Okay, it is not pronounced Erslan. It's pronounced Erslan. Okay, and if you can't pronounce it correctly, then shut up. Russian newsman out. Good day. Da. All right, round one, 440, 439, 438, 437. All right. So after a few of these grappling exchanges, is Jimmy Crute that is right on top of Erslan right now in a referee's wrestling position, right on top of his back right now. Now he's looking to wrist control him as he's got his back, continuing maintaining the body lock control. All right, so the crowd encouraging Jimmy Crute right now. All right, man, really good back control of Jimmy Crute here. Goes and takes him down on this one. Okay, now he's trying to maintain control of that. Erslan was trying to escape a little bit of some scramble. The scramble ends with Jimmy Crute looking for a darts choke here. Oh, look at this. Does he got it? Hold on. Looking for it. Okay, pops his head out. Now he's riding him right on the top, right in the back right now. He's got a backpack. Now he's looking for a rear naked. Oh, wow. Good sweep with Jimmy Crute right on top of a full mount position right now. But now he's got his back as well. He's now looking to ground and pound. Oh, wow. Hitting him with some shots right now from a ground and pound position. Oh, wow. Look at this. Oh, my goodness. He taps him. He taps him. Do you know? Oh, wow. And with the back flip, too. So this is how he tapped him. It literally looks like a camel clutch. It looked like a camel clutch. Wow. Yeah, it looked like a camel clutch. How about that, man? How about that? It's a neck crank slash, I'm going to call it a camel clutch submission. That's primarily what I'm going to call it, right? Man, amazing camel clutch position by Crute there. Wow. All right. Well, you know what that means, right? This leads us into the main event of the evening. So, yeah, we're just waiting on for Jimmy Crute to get on the mic, hear what he has to say, and then on to the main event of the evening. Wow. Wow, man. I'm not going to say that literally came out of nowhere, but I could also have seen him knock him out in the first round. Look, I just think overall he was the better fighter going into this, and he showed it. And as a result of that, camel clutch submission. Can't beat that. So out of all the submissions tonight, that would probably have to be the submission of the night right there. the win. I'm sorry, he gets knocked out in the same similar fashion that Conor McGregor knocked out Jose Aldo. He came in there, overcommitted. He stepped back and hit him with a hook or hit him with some sort of straight right hand as Nikita was walking in. And just as I was saying that in the live commentary and reaction, then Joe Rogan and John Anik say it right after. And Dominick Reyes actually had a conversation with the president of the United States afterwards. By the way, shout out to Donald Trump. He once again made an appearance in the UFC, never really telling anybody, obviously for security reasons, but anytime Trump is in the house, it obviously brings more profile to the UFC.
Wealthfront offers a cash account that has one of the highest interest rates on the market.
If I send my money.
And just like that, we just witnessed Dominick Reyes finally get a victory over Dustin Jacoby. A long time coming, I got to be honest with you. We've known or thought that John Jones was defeated by Dominick Reyes, probably one of the hardest fights of his career. Afterwards, Dominick Reyes went on to lose to a whole bunch of contenders and future champions, and as a result, never got the full credit that he truly deserved. So as a result, here he is tonight, finally getting sort of a redemption in his career. Obviously, we've known that Dominick Reyes is capable of a lot more. However, the losing streak that he had going on, I think, was really detrimental to his career. But tonight, he finally proved that, you know what? I can go out there and show the world what I'm really made of. Not by fluke mistakes, not by the judges' scorecards, and not necessarily anything that has anything to do with anything that was outside of his control, but rather showing that he was in full control and full swing of things with the first round TKO victory that he has over Dustin Jacoby, as I'm witnessing it right now, while he is right now being interviewed by Paul Felder as we speak. So here's something that I think is positive to say about the future of Dominick Reyes' career. We're finally going to see his true full potential. But not only that, I think we also have to understand that when it comes to this game, there are mountains and valleys and peaks. In other words, you have the highest high and the lowest lows when it comes to wins and losses. You also have a lot of 50-50 matchups where in MMA, everything is a total 50-50 coin toss. And many of those coin tosses that he's experienced, unfortunately, was not in his favor. Tonight, it was in his favor, and I got to be honest with you, I'm really excited to see Dominick Reyes in the future and what he can do and what are some of the future matchups that are going to be in his particular path. But either way, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen with Dominick Reyes in the near future, and we will go from here, inshallah.
Okay, wow.
The new deck is gorgeous.
I know. It's all decorators.
I love the colors.
Thanks. They have so many.
All right, man. So low action from last year says, damn, bearded looking supreme, bro. Thanks on that one. But obviously I'm not in video visual right now. You know, that's yeah, it still looks the same, but yes, thank you nonetheless. Shout out to you on that. So yeah, I thought of making that video at that time when he beat Dustin Jacoby because of this particular moment. I knew that somehow, some way, he was going to get back into the title picture. Not necessarily title contention straight away, but close to it. And here we are. Here we are. here we are, man. Listen, this is really inspirational to see if Dominick Reyes pulls this off, man. So we're definitely going to be rooting for him on this one. Of course, man, I got to try to be unbiased about this because Carlos Ulberg trained with Israel Adesanya, okay? Israel Adesanya got beat by Jan Blachowicz. Guess who beat Jan Blachowicz? Carlos Ulberg. So how far does this shoot Dominick Reyes if he wins? We'll see. I want to look at Dominick Reyes' high school picture where he mentioned something that I think is sort of significant to this. It's a high school quote. You know that quote that you guys do in your high school pictures? I'm going to show you the quote that he wrote right here. Hey, I'm actually going to pull it up right here. It's actually from Vince Lombardi, right? So, okay, this is the quote right here. Let me pull this up for you guys. Fresh says, "We the people demand a live video from you right now." No, that's maybe if I do a live stream after the fact, but not for this one. So, okay, let's see here. Here's Dominick Reyes' quotes right here. Okay, look at this. Okay, this is really applicable to right now. Hold on, let me put this on. All right. He says, come on, man. No. All right. So here we go. Right here. This quote right here. Okay. Look at this quote. Look at this. The greatest accomplishment is not in never failing, but in rising again after you fall. I mean, now, how symbolic is this in the reality of his career trajectory that is going on right now? Right? I mean, wow. That right there could be an even bigger meaning if he wins this fight on this one. He says, if you don't go on live video, you're not black. Joe Biden voice. Yeah, you wildin' for that one. All right, so here's Dominick Reyes walking out with some conscious hip-hop going on here. Or is this Carlos Ulberg? I reckon Carlos Ulberg is probably ranked higher because he has a win over Jan Blachowicz, right? Even though Dominick Reyes is up there too. He is a former title challenger. Obviously gave John Jones one of the hardest fights of his life. He's sort of the blueprint as to why somebody like John Jones does not want to continue to fight somebody like Tom Aspinall, who, by the way, is 6'4", 6'5", has good footwork to him, very similar to Gustafsson and very similar to Dominick Reyes. Says, I reckon. Are you from the Wild Wild West? Hey, man, I use what works in the English language, right? Yeah, man. Shout outs to that, man. little garage training that Dominick Reyes got going on. Yeah, so that's interesting. He said that right after that fight he had with John Jones, he felt a sense of entitlement because, you know what? He really felt like he won that fight. You know what I mean? Like very similar to earlier in the night with Jake Matthews and Neil Magny. He almost had Neil Magny submitted earlier tonight, but he had to keep going, right? It was an adrenaline dump after that. Dominick Reyes was like, you know what, man, I beat John Jones in a fight, in a fight that I should have won, but the judges chose to give it to him for one reason or another. Well, you got to think that sort of gave him an adrenaline dump going into the rest of his career. He thought that just because he could do that to John Jones, he could do whatever to anybody. And he later realized that, you know, every fight is different and everyone has a different way of fighting, and styles make fights, and therefore it sort of shows where he went wrong in some of these, you know, exchanges. So, all right, man. Yeah, really excited for this one, man. So Carlos Ulberg walking out right now to his home country, home crowd, rather. All right, let's hear what Carlos is walking out to. What's he walking out to here? This sounds like a Nipsey Hussle track or something. All right, Carlos Ulberg on his way out right now. At a full crowd capacity at the Rack Center in Perth, Australia right now. Wow, man. So yeah, when he was fighting John Jones, Ulberg was not even fighting in the UFC yet. So interesting, interesting comparison of careers there. And then there's Eugene Berman once again walking out, maybe for the fifth time tonight with his fighters. Yeah, it's a good point by Dominick Cruz there, right? They both have experienced some kind of loss, well, multiple losses for Reyes, to where they sort of felt the need to, you know, get back on the horse after that. Well, now here's both of their redemption story, and literally they are at a real 50-50 crossroads in their career right now with each other. All right, man. No handshake from Carlos Ulberg. Says it's probably a G track. Wanderlei Silva just got knocked out cold in a post-fight brawl. Wanderlei Silva just got knocked out cold in a post-fight brawl. Is this recent, or are you referring to this in what happened to him in Japan during his Pride FC days? All right, here we go. They're ready to be announced right now. Recent as 50 minutes ago. Wow. Okay, so Wanderlei actually got knocked out 50 minutes ago in a post-fight brawl. What event is this? Oh, wow. You're not lying, bro. Look at this. This is what you're talking about right here. Look at this. Look at this. Wanderlei Silva just got knocked out. Yeah, you definitely were not lying about that one, man. So, what caused Wanderlei Silva to get knocked out? I wonder what caused this knockout right here. All right, let's read this article. All right, so, okay, boxing. I speak the truth even when I lie. Okay, Wanderlei. Okay, it's a boxing debut. Ends in a shocking fashion. Gets KO'd in a post-fight boxing brawl. Wow. Wow. All right, man. All right. We'll get to that story in a bit. But for now, let's get to Dominick Reyes and Carlos Ulberg right here. All right, so there's Dominick Reyes right now circling around as we had suspected. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Reyes. There's some good feints right there by Carlos Ulberg. By the way, his team, City Kickboxing, those are some of the things that they highly emphasize the most in fighting style. All right. So far, A bit of a feeling out process with a few leg kicks, mostly on the side of Reyes. Not a lot of significant shots really pulled out there. Whoa! Oh, wow. He just hurt Reyes with that shot right there. Okay, now there's a leg kick of his own right there. I don't know why Reyes looks bigger than Ulberg, even though they're virtually the same size. They're yelling Ulberg like Goldberg from WCW. All right, man. There's a good body shot right there by Ulberg. Oh my goodness! I cannot believe it. Ulberg just knocked out Reyes. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Carlos Ulberg just got a knockout right now. That was amazing. Wow, that knockout came out of nowhere. Wow, look at this. Wow, good counter shot right there. Yeah, look, he was really baiting him in there. Look at this, as he was sliding away, boom. All right, man. Well, unfortunately, that's the name of the game. Look at this. He walks into a jab. As soon as he walks into that jab, he pivots right to his right side and then comes in there with a cross. So Carlos Ulberg absolutely put himself up there as a top contender for this one. Yeah, man, big shout outs to him on that one. First round knockout. So, yeah, I believe it was Drizzy Goat that had made that prediction that he was going to go into first round knockout. So, all right, man. All right, listen, let's do a little recap on tonight's event, shall we? Let's do a little recap before we head out and give this one a good cap off. Yeah, so let's see. All right, event recap, full card. Here we go. All right, so it is official now. Wow. What did I say, bro? Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. That's why I was shouting you out. You called it, man. You called it. Brilliant call on your part, man. None of us expected that, right? Like, we would expect either Reyes was going to win or Carlos was going to win maybe later on in the round, maybe a decision. But, yeah, you called it right down. So, big ups, man. And there's a big fight next week. So, where does he stand on that? All right, man. So let's get to the recap of the entire event. Yeah. Oh, they're gonna fly him to Vegas this week. So he's gonna be there in the flesh. Wow. Wow, devastating. Look at this. This is look at this. In case you guys didn't see it, this is what happened right here. Yes, Black Jag, my guy. Is that his nickname, Black Jag? Okay. All right, man. Yeah, check this out. All right, so recap of the whole entire fight. All right, let's get to that. All right, so start off from the top, right? Start off from the top. So first round, obviously, Black Carlos Ulberg. A lot of the feints that he had going on here, right? Was trying to lure him in to that shot. Walks in from a jab, and then all of a sudden, the cross right after, right? There were some few leg kicks by Dominick Reyes. Right, circling around, circling to his left as what we would have expected. But then he got caught out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere, but Carlos was absolutely measuring that and luring him into that. So that was all she wrote. Now you're going to fly him out to Vegas and potentially see the winner between Ank and Ankalaev and Poatan, which obviously I'm going to go with Ankalaev on that one. But yeah, great job on Carlos Ulberg on that one. Okay, so next fight coming up. Let's go to the full event of this one, okay? By the way, Ryzen is going on right now. How about that? All right. Something to check out later on, along with the BKFC fight of James Aguel. James Crute gets a submission rear naked choke on Ivan Erslan in the first round. Okay. Easy work on that one. Jenkins gets unanimous decision over Ramon Taveras. Magny, how about this, right? This fight right here, actually. Look, I'll tell you what I liked about this fight, right? Jake Matthews almost choked out Neil Magny in the first round. I think it gave him a bit of an adrenaline dump. And then later on the third round, guess what Neil Magny did? He's the one that ended up choking out Jake Matthews. Okay, going back to the Jimmy Crute choke out, right? That choke reminded me of a camel clutch choke. They are calling it a rear naked choke. I'm going to say that it was a camel clutch choke, right? Because it was more of a crank than it was an actual rear naked choke. Because a rear naked choke, you would have to get synced right in underneath, right in your throat, not necessarily right on your chin or anything like that. But nonetheless, camel clutch rear naked choke by Jimmy Crute, unanimous decision by Jenkins, and then Tom Nolan gets rear naked choke on Charlie Campbell, right? He hits him with a spinning back kick. After that spinning back kick, he gets a body lock, takes him down to the ground, gets his back, gets a rear naked choke. That was all she wrote. Unanimous decision win over Navajo Stirling versus Rodolfo Bellato. Cam Rowston gets a lot of first round knockouts right here, right? So very exciting if you're into a lot of first round knockouts. Elbows from the top position in the first round. Jamie Malarkey gets a unanimous decision win over Ronaldo Bedoya. Colby Thickness gets a unanimous decision over Joyous Musasa. Now, that was a close fight. Well, not really. I mean, Colby was sort of dominating in the wrestling department, but it was a close fight on the feet. Montague gets a decision win over Carolina. Brando gets a finish. First round, another first round finish against Ellison. And then first fight of the evening, obviously, Alexa versus Loma, unanimous decision. And look, Thai fighters who come into MMA, they really got to work on wrestling, right? It's not something that they work on a lot. Jiu-jitsu, not something they work on a lot. Even though 75% of MMA is Muay Thai, because you have the clinch, you got the elbows, you got the knees, you got the kicks, the punches, everything, right? Spinning elbows, all of that comes from Muay Thai. Flying knee, MMA is 75% Muay Thai, but there's the other 25% that you got to worry about, which is the grappling, the boxing, and the jiu-jitsu. And sometimes that's what loses the fights for a lot of these pure Muay Thai fighters. But by the end of the day, it was a great card. Very devastating for Dominick Reyes, to be quite honest with you, because, look, this is the overall theme of mixed martial arts and fighting in general, right? It doesn't care about your story. It doesn't care about you being the main guy or you being the guy of the story or the antagonist or the protagonist. That's the beauty of the sport, is that it cares about one thing and one thing only. And that is pure, unadulterated reality. And reality struck us tonight, and Carlos Ulberg, it was his night. And now he gets a shot at the title, getting to face either Ankalaev or Poatan. Gets flown out to Vegas next week from Perth, Australia, all the way to Vegas. Obviously, more than likely will be accompanied by Israel Adesanya, but either way, great night of fights. Guys, that is all that I have for you on this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, listen, check out my latest video that I have right now, Canelo being exploited as a Saudi domestic worker worth about $400 million, and Turkey El-Sheikh's favoritism to certain types of fighters. You got to check that video out. I'm telling you, it is absolutely explosive. So with that in mind, I will see you in the next one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And shout out to everybody that's tapped in. Shout out to Drizzy Goat, Fresh Melon Juice. Shout outs to Adam. Shout outs to Truth Seeker. Shout outs to Marty Miller. Shout outs to Hate Love, one of the people in the members stream. Who else? Who else was in here? Daniel Hamid. Shout out to you, my man. Conor McGregor, the fake Conor McGregor. Shout outs to you. Who else? And that's about it, man. Everybody around the world, thank you for tapping in. And don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah.
Neutral. Starting off the list of good. Oh, this actually, he's gonna go into neutral too, because this guy's he's wild as shit sometimes. But he's a I'm telling you, Karia El-Kheer, he's wild as shit. He's going into neutral for different reasons. He's fucking wild. But he's the type of guy that you would want on your side. I feel like this guy just has an immense fucking loyalty about him. He's a good fucking dude. He is loyalty over royalty, defined to the fucking max. Now we start off the good cat. Yeah, I like Karia El-Kheer. Fucking so what?